Hello and welcome back once again to my channel. In today's tutorial we want to look at some math questions that came in the GRE and the WASI examination. So without much ado, let's dive into the video and we'll get the question being solved. We have a sample question on my board here. The question says that a binary operation star is defined as x star y equal to xy all on x plus y. So that is the operation definition. If 18 star x is equal to 54, find the value of x. So this is a binary operation question and the star is the operation. Now the operation is defined by x over xy over x plus y, and so we are going to find this based on this particular definition on the binary operation star. And so let's quickly pick it. We know that the operation on x is equal to xy on x plus y, and now we are going to use that operation to solve for 18 star x equal to 54. So the 18 here can stand for the x and the x here can stand for the y. So whatever the operation is, you're going to use that definition. So I have 18 star x, which is equal to, so with the same operation here we can apply it. So I have 18x, that is xy to xy. So I have 18x all on x plus y. So 18 plus x. So I have 18 plus x. Alright. We are just substituting this in this definition. And we can go ahead and now find the value of x, because we can have an equation. They are saying that this is equal to 54. So I equate this to 54. Right? So now rewriting this, I have 18x all on 18 plus x. We use the capital. And this is equal to 54. Now I can multiply both sides by the denominator here. So I multiply here by 18 plus x, and multiply here by 18 plus x. So by definition, we are going to get rid of this, leaving 18x equal to 54 multiplying by the bracket over here. Alright, we can use the calculator to solve for these values. So I have 18x equal to, so let me put this on the capital X. 54 times 18.
I don't think that one is working.
54
I don't think that one is working.
times 18. That would give me 972 plus 54 times x will give you 54x. Now that we are looking for x, we are going to group like them. Then we put the variables to one side and the non-variables to the other side. So I have 18 here. Bringing this 54x to the other side of the equation gives me negative 54. This is equal to 972. Now the constant is drawn from the fact that we want to eliminate this 54x here. And once I want to eliminate it, I will subtract 54 from the right hand side, and the same way I will do to the left hand side. That is why we say that when you are picking across the equal sign, the sign is going to change. So now when I take 18 minus 54, I'm going to get negative 27, but you can use your calculator to try that. So 18 minus 54 is going to be negative 36. So we can try that. Negative 36x, and this is equal to 972. Now we are looking for the value of x. So we have to divide here by the coefficient of x, which is negative 36, and divide here by 36. Now, note, most of us will just quickly divide it from here, but the fact is that if you divide from here, you're going to use math for this step. So therefore, I'm going to rewrite this same step before doing my division. Divided by negative 36, and divided by negative 36. And this 36 is going to go with this, leaving x, okay, which is equal to 972 divides negative 36 may give me negative 27. Let's try that. So 972 divides 36. Yes, so that is negative 27. Now the question is asking us to find the value of x. So you must draw your conclusion. Therefore, the value of x is negative 27. Note, this conclusion is very important because it draws marks. Right, so that's the first part of the question. The second part of the question is asking us to find the width of a rectangle. Right? Now the B part of the question says that the width of a rectangle is 4 meters less than its length if the area is 96 meters squared. Find the perimeter of the rectangle. Now they've given us the width to be 4 less than the length, but we don't even know the length. So we can say that let the length of the rectangle be L. So now if I know this is L, that is the length, then the width is L minus 4 all meters. So L meters. Here is the case because they are saying that the width is 4 less than the length. So if the length is L meters, then the width will be L minus 4 meters. Now we can illustrate this on a diagram so that it can help us to go smoothly. So if I have this as my rectangle, this is L and this is L minus 4 meters. Now the question again says that the area of this particular rectangle is 96 meters squared. But we know that area of a rectangle, the area is equal to the length times the width. But we know the area to be 96 meters squared, and I know my length to be L, and I know my width to be L minus 4 meters. So we can expand this bracket. I'm going to get 96 meters squared is equal to L times L will give me L squared. So then this and this will give you minus 4L meters squared. So because of that, I'll just put the whole thing in a bracket. Meters squared. Alright? This is very key. And after this, I can go ahead and now group like this. Okay? So I can remove all the meters and let's start working it on. So I have L squared, which is this, minus 4L. This 96 coming across the equal sign is going to be minus 96 and is equal to 0. I just grouped like them, but eliminating the meters. We'll put it when we finish solving. So you can use the quadratic equation to solve this. Now find the values of 96, that is the factors of 96. When I sum them, I will have -4, or when I multiply them, I will have -96. So you can use your calculator to do that by pressing shift equation, then 3, and that is how come you get the quadratic equation formula. So you key inside 1, -4, and -96. The values of x are, so the x represents the L in the calculator. So L is equal to 12 and -8 meters. So we just put inside the meters. Now remember that we don't have a negative length, because when you have measured something, you have positive length. So the length must be greater than or equal to 0. So there's no way we have negative. So this -8 is off. So therefore the length is 12. So the length L is 12 meters, because again we don't have the negative length, because once you have measured, you must either get 0, or it means there's no length, or you get a real figure which is positive but not negative real figure. So now the final part of the question is to find the perimeter, and the perimeter of a rectangle is equal to 2 width plus 2 length. That is, you add all the distance around this rectangle. So yes, L, and yes, also L minus 4 meters. So this plus this plus this plus this. So 2 of this and then 2 of that. And that is how come we can have an answer. But so this is equal to 2 times the width. The width here is L minus 4. So I can just take the L, which you know is 12, minus 4 meters plus 2 times L. Alright? So 2 times L, which is 12 meters. This is equal to 2 times 8 meters plus 2 times 12 meters, which is going to be 24 meters. So 16 meters plus 24 meters is equal to, so you can take your calculator again and key inside, and you get your answer straight away. So this is equal to, that means P is equal to so we have 16 plus 24, and that will give you 40 meters. So you draw a conclusion that the perimeter of the rectangle is 40 meters. And so that is how you deal with it. So if this is your first time of joining my video or tuning into my channel, please do me a favor by subscribing, like and share, so that YouTube can promote my videos to a lot of audience. If you have any thing to ask, any question, put it in the comment section, and I'll be glad to make a video on that to support you. The materials I'm using a tripod stand, then my phone as my camera, and then the microphone. I'll put the link in the description if you need to purchase some of them, so that you can also get them to use for yourself. Thank you, and have a nice time. once again to my channel. This is your man Alan, and today we are looking at another subject matter in mensuration. And so I have a question on my board that we are going to deal with. But please, if this is your first time of joining my channel, please do me a favor by subscribing, like and share to bless other people and us again to support my channel. Thank you, and let's dive into the video. So this is a very nice question under mensuration on the circle properties. So a chord AB of length 8 centimeters, right, is drawn in a circle of radius 7.8 centimeters. So you measure 7.8 centimeters, you draw a circle. That is where the chord was drawn. Find correct 2 decimal place. I, the angle the chord subtends at the center, the length of the minor arc, and you also find the area of the major sector, the triangle AB, its area, and the area of the major sector formed by the chord. Now you can take a screenshot of this because the board may be full and we have to clean it off so that we can solve the solution on there. So let's get into it. Now, because of the length of the video, I've drawn a circle here. They are saying that the chord drawn, chord AB, is 8 centimeters. And the radius, which here is the center, to B and A is the radius of 7.8 centimeters. Okay, so this area from A to B is the minor sector. Okay, so if I have this is the minor sector, A, O, B. This whole area is the minor sector, and the above is the major sector. So if I'm tracing from A to B, is the major sector, but from A to B from this side is the minor sector. So the minor sector is the smaller part, and the major sector is the bigger part. So when we are mentioning the major and the minor sector, you will know what we are talking about. All right? So the first part of the question says that we should find the angle the chord subtends at the center. This is the chord AB, and it subtends at the center. So we are looking for the angle here, say X. We are looking for that particular angle, which we denote by what? X. Okay? Now, if I draw this angle, triangle out, that is what I have drawn over here. So, OA and then OB is the radius, so which means here is 7.8 centimeters. And then AB is 8 centimeters. From A to B is 8 centimeters. And I'm bisecting this, because this is a radius and this is also a radius, it means this is an isosceles triangle. 2 of the sides are equal and 2 baselines, so the angles must also be what? Equal. So once I divide this into 2 and it's an isosceles triangle, it postulates that this angle here, so we say alpha is equal to the angle here, alpha. Alright? So which means this line to this and this have also been divided into 2 equal parts, and this forms an angle of 90 degrees. Okay, because it's divided into 2 equal parts. So if it is 8 centimeters from A to B, here is 8 centimeters. So it means from A to C is 4 centimeters, and C to B is also 4 centimeters. All right. So this is the information that we have drawn out from the question. Now we are going to calculate for this angle, the alpha over here. When we put the alpha together, we get the value of what? X. So take note of that. Now, which property can we apply? We can apply the Pythagoras theorem property, because we have a 90-degree angle being formed here. And once we get the 90-degree angle, we can apply the Pythagoras theorem property, which we can, the shortcut, which is SOHCAHTOA. Sine opposite hypotenuse, cosine adjacent, tan opposite over adjacent. So we look at here which of the sides are given to us. We know here the hypotenuse, and we know this side too, this angle here too. So this line, we know this and we know that. So if I want to find the angle which is at the top, I can use opposite over hypotenuse, because I don't know here. So I would have taken opposite over adjacent, but I don't know this angle unless you find it using the Pythagoras theorem. So you could have find this side OC before you go ahead. But once I have two sides, I don't have to come and find this. I can just use which of the properties here. I know opposite and I know the hypotenuse, so I can use sine. Okay? So I can use sine. So the angle, that's sine of the angle, is equal to line CB. You can also use AC over OB. And OB is the hypotenuse and CB is the opposite. So this is equal to CB is 4 centimeters over OB, which is 7.8 centimeters.
Some people might offer you a shortcut, but trust me,
this centimeters is going to go with this centimeters. And you break this down, so now have sine of alpha is equal to, so you can use your calculator and key inside. So that's 4 over 7.8. 4 over 7.8. And that will give me 0.5128. Now I take sine inverse of both sides. So once I take sine inverse of this side, the sine goes leaving alpha is equal to sine inverse of 0.5128. Okay? And this is equal to, take sine inverse. So we press shift and the sine symbol. They now type the value inside 0.5128. So it means my angle is 30.85 degree. Now remember, this is one side of the angle, but there are two, so I can add them to get x. X is equal to 2 times of alpha. These two of them will give me the whole of this. So this is equal to 2 times alpha, which is 30.85 degree. And this is going to be equal to, you multiply this by 2, and I'm going to get 61.7010 degree. Now the question, the preamble is saying that find correct 2 decimal places. So once they have given us the decimal place to correct you, so you have to do that. So you draw your conclusion. So therefore, the angle, the chord subtends at the center. So this conclusion is very important. The angle, the chord subtends at the center is 61.70 to 2 decimal places. So the one here, the value after the 0 is not up to 5, so we can't round it to the 1, so it's 0 to make 1. So we just write 61.70 degree. 2 decimal places. So that is how you deal with the first part of the question, the I. Now, when you look at the II state that we should find correct 2 decimal places, the length of the minor arc. The length of the minor arc. So they are looking for from this place, the length here. They are looking for the length here. That's the minor arc. So remember, the length of the major arc will be the bigger side. So that's what we are going to deal with. Alright, so I. So this first one we dealt with was the I. So this is the I. The length of the minor arc AB, the length of the minor arc AB is given as, so you can just quote it. So we have arc AB to be equal to 2 pi r, then the angle over 360 degrees. So the angle there is x. There isn't x for the angle. That is this angle. So you pick 2 pi r. 2 pi r is the circumference of the whole thing. So the length of the complete circle is the 2 pi r. But you are screening it to the angle alone. So from this side. So you pick the angle over 360. And 360 is the degree for the entire circle. The complete circle makes 360 degrees. But we are picking only this side out of it. And so this is going to be equal to 2 times 22 over 7 times the r. R in the question is 7.8 centimeters times the angle, which we have found to be what? 61.70, all on 360 degrees. Now that we have this, we can use our calculator to simplify it. So get the calculator. So this is equal to 22 over 7. Now remember, if the 22 over 7 is given to you, that is the pi, is given to you, sometimes given to you as 3.14 and all that. If it's given to you, you are going to use it. If it's not given to you, you just quote it as 22 over 7. That is the full one. So this is equal to, you type 2 times 22 over 7 times 7.8 times 61.70, all on 360 degrees. And your answer is going to be 8.40295 centimeters. Remember, we have only 1 centimeter there, which is this one. It's still affecting me. Now, this is the length of this arc, but the question is saying that we should correct it to 2 decimal places. So you have to correct it to 2 decimal places with your conclusion. So therefore, the length of the minor arc is 8.402 decimal place. Alright, 2 decimal place. Remember to put the centimeters. So these are the small things that takes you off when you do the unit. Okay, so that is how we find the length of the minor arc. Now we II. The II, that's the third one, is actually find the area of A, the major sector. The area of the major sector. They are looking for the area of this place, the major sector. Then we are looking for the area of the triangle, AOB, this triangle, and also the major sector formed by the chord. So now the last one is talking about from A to B upwards. So the AOB is not part again. So we are now extending the major arc to this place. Alright? So from the whole of this, including here, is the major arc formed by the chord. So that's what we are looking for. Alright? And so there are 2 ways you can deal with that one. So with that, let's continue. Please, if this is your first time of joining my channel, please give me a subscribe and a like so that YouTube can promote my videos to a lot of audience. In that way, you are helping to grow my channel. Alright, so let's dive into the area of the major sector is, that's I, A. The area of the major sector is, the major sector AOB is equal to, so we can illustrate that one too by an angle. So we can say theta over 360 degrees times the area of the whole circle. So the area of a circle is pi r squared, and we are looking for just the top alone. That's the bigger side. Now this theta can be found. So theta is equal to 360 degrees minus the angle x. So 360 degrees minus x. X we found was 61 point something. So let me get it from here. 61.70 degrees. And this is going to be equal to 298.297. You can use the calculator to point it out for yourself. Now that we know the theta, we can just substitute inside to find that particular area. So this is going to be equal to 298.297 all on 360 degrees times 22/7 times 7.8 squared. Alright, 7.8 squared, that is the radius, and this is being equated to, so you can use the calculator, point inside, and your answer will be there for you. So I have my answer as 158.4383 centimeters squared. Because an area, we are using the unit as what? Centimeters squared. But the question, the preamble is saying that we should round it to 2 decimal places. So I'm going to round this to 2 decimal places to get this. Because this is up to 5 and more, I convert it to 3.4 centimeters squared. So that is the area of the major sector. That's the area of the major sector. Now we will look for the area of the triangle. We look for the area of the triangle AOB. The area of the triangle AOB. I'm going to clean this side again. So that is B. Area of triangle AOB, which is equal to, this area is equal to, so AOB. That's the reason why I still left this thing to be on the board. So we are going to find AOB, the area. But the area is saying that half base, which is line AB, times height, which is OC. That is this line. That is the formula for the area. But we don't know OC, so therefore we have to find that using the Pythagoras theorem. Now we can do that by saying that OC is equal to the root of, we are going to get the root of OB squared, line OB squared minus line CB squared. We are using this side. This is the hypotenuse and this is the opposite. So once I'm grouping it, I group like terms. So initially, it is going to be, let me write it somewhere here, OB squared is equal to OC squared plus CB squared, right? And I group like terms. When I'm grouping it, I'm making OC the subject. I will have this to be equal to CB, that is one coming will be OB squared. Then this becomes negative CB squared. And because I want to get rid of this, I will take a square on both sides. And that's how come we have this. Okay? So that is it. So now we need a substitution. We do a substitution. OB is 7.8 centimeters squared, and we have CB, which is also 4 squared, and this is finally going to be equal to, because of time, I just have the answer here, or you can use a calculator to also do that. 44.84 centimeters squared. Take the root of it, we are going to get 6.696 centimeters. Okay, you can use a calculator to do that, and that is where your answer lies. Now that we know OC, we can find the area of triangle ABC. So I continue from this side. So the area of triangle AOB is equal to half of AB, and AB is 8, so 8 centimeters, times OC, which is 6.696 centimeters. And this is finally going to be equal to, you can use the calculator and punch inside to get your answer. So I have half times 8 times 6.696, and your answer is 26.784 centimeters squared. Because of this centimeters, you are going to get centimeters squared, and that is the answer we are looking for. We correct 2 decimal places, so therefore the area is 26.784 centimeters squared. So this value depends on the number of values you have left here. That will determine what this value will be. So you advise to leave it in 4 decimal places before you finally conclude it over here. Now we have found the area of the triangle. Now the last one, that is the C. Very interesting. I was to find the area of the major sector formed by the chord. The area of the major sector formed by the chord. So we are looking for the area from this side to the whole of that. That's what we are looking for. So with that, there are 2 ways. The first one is we already know the area of the triangle and we know the area of the major sector. We can add the 2 of them to get it quickly. So the area of the major sector, let me write it here. The area of the major sector formed by the arc, by the chord, AB is, I'm going to add the area of the major sector, area, so it's equal to area of major sector plus area of triangle AOB. Now, we found the area of the major sector, which was 158.44 centimeters squared. Remember, plus the area of the triangle, which we just found, which is this, 26.78 centimeters squared. This is finally going to be equal to 185.23 centimeters squared to 2 dp, 2 decimal places. So when you add the 2 of them, the area of the triangle and the area of the major sector that we calculated earlier on, you are going to get the area of this major by the chord. That is one of the ways. I'm going to clean this off. The other way is that you can find the area of the minor sector and take it from the entire circle. So when I find the area of the minor sector and subtract it from the circle, I am going to get the area of the remaining part. So we know the area of a triangle, the circle is area of circle is equal to pi r squared. And this is equal to 22/7 times 7.8 centimeters squared. So that is how you can calculate for that, which is 191.211 centimeters squared. So that's the area of the entire circle. So the area of the minor sector is equal to, so you can use the same formula we use for the area of the major sector. That is the angle here, it is x. You can use x over 360 times pi r squared. And you substitute inside, you are going to get, but remember the angle here was 61.70 over 360 degrees. Now multiply by 22/7 times 7.8 that's correct, and this is going to be 32.77 centimeters squared. So that's the area of the minor sector. Now when you take it from this particular one, that is, you now take 9 minus that 0.77 centimeters squared, you are going to get 185.23. So these two methods you can use to solve the same thing to verify if you are right or you are wrong. So thank you. So this is the end of it, and please, if you have any comment in the comment section, don't forget to leave a subscribe and a like so that YouTube can promote my content to a lot of. Please do me a favor by liking the things I'm using. I have the microphone and my tripod stand. I'll put the link in the description. You can get them on Amazon, the things I'm using to do this tutorial. Thank you and have a nice time. Bye. Hello and welcome back once again. Today we want to look at equations involving fractions and brackets. And so we have been given some 6 questions here and we will delve into it deeper. The question says that to find the value of x in all these 6 equations. So I want you to stay tuned till the end of the video as we come to expand the last question. If you have any question, you can put it in the comment section and I'll be happy to respond to you. Now we pick the first question, who says that x plus 2 all on 3 is equal to 4. Now as I'm using 2 different techniques to solve this. The first one I will call cross multiplication. And the second one, the second method I'll call getting rid of fractions. In other words, I will say using LCM. So these are the 2 methods I'm going to be using to delve into this question. So without wasting time, let's start with the first question. Now we'll use the cross multiplication. In solving the question, you will have to rewrite it so that that step you will receive the marks for it. So I cross multiply. Remember, a whole number standing means is over 1. So I pick 2 plus x plus 2 times 1. That will give me x plus 2. And this is going to be equal to 3 times 4. That is 12. We are looking for x. So you do whatever means you can to remove this 2 from here. And so we pick the 2 across this equal sign, and once it is positive here, coming to the equal sign will be negative. So I have minus 2 over there. Now the concept is that if I have x plus 2 is equal to 12, because I want to get rid of this, I subtract 2. And whatever I do to the right hand side, I will do the same to the left hand side. So remember here I subtracted 2, so here too I subtract 2. And then this will be equal to, this will be 0, will be equal to 12 minus 2, which is the concept here. So indirectly we just say that you pick it across the equal sign, then the sign will change. If it is positive, it will change to negative. If it is negative, it will change to positive. Because if here was negative, I would have added 2 to make the 2 and 2 cancel, which has been that this place also be plus. That is where the concept is being from. Now, I go ahead and now subtract 2 from 12. So 12 minus 2 is 10. Now, our value of x is 10, but the question says to find the value of x. Now remember, in mathematics, or especially in core math, they mark steps. So as I'm solving, I'm giving the steps that they are looking for. So the conclusion is very important, because it says to find the value of x, you have to conclude. So therefore, the value of x is 10, and this also carries marks. Alright. The next question says that, last question 2. Find 2 minus, so now we're writing question 3. So question 2 states that find x over 3 and this is equal to 2. We can use the same method of cross multiplication. So this is over 1, so when I cross multiply this and this, so x minus 6 times 1 will give me x minus 6, and this is going to be equal to 3 times 2 give me 6. Alright, 3 times 2 give me 6. In the same way, we are going to take this 6 across the equal sign, which is negative here. Coming here with positive. That will be 6 plus 6. In other words, you add 6 here and add 6 here so that you can eliminate this from the left hand side. This is equal to 12. And again, you have to conclude. So we say that the value of x is 12, and then you are going to get your marks for that one too. Question 3 states that we should find 2 minus 3x over 4 equal to 5. So we have 2 minus 3x all on 4 equal to 5. So we solve for it the same way. You can use the cross multiplication. So I pick this numerator times this and this numerator times the 5, and I'm going to get 2 minus 3x times 1, which will get the same thing. Remember, any number times 1 is that same number, so the whole of 2 minus 3x is a whole complete term, and I multiply by 1, I have the same thing, and this is going to be equal to 4 times 5, that will be 20. Alright, we group like terms again. That is, when we are saying group like terms, you put terms that are the same to one side and the others that are also the same to the other side. So this is a term are separated by the signs, multiplication, addition sign, or the subtraction sign. So I have how many terms here? 1, 2, 3 terms. So I leave the 3x here, then I pick the 2 across this equal sign to come and meet the 20. So this is positive here, coming to the equal sign will become negative 2. So you subtract 20 minus 2 is going to give me 18. Now I'm looking for x, not 3x. So you get rid of the negative 3 here by dividing through by negative 3. Now note here, I didn't just quickly divide the thing through here, and that's what most of our students do. Once you quickly divide it through here, you are skipping this step. It means you are jumping this step to this one straight away, and you will lose marks for here. So you have to leave this and rewrite it before you do the division. Now this goes with that, leaving x to be equal to 18 divided 3 will give me 6. But remember, there's a negative affecting it, so it means I have negative 6. And my conclusion is that the value of x is negative 6. Okay? we are proceeding. So the fourth one, which involves a number of fractions, so we are going to use the LCM method to deal with the fourth question. Please, if this is your first time of hitting my channel, do me a favor by subscribing and leaving a comment so that I can attend to you if you have any question, and give me a like so that YouTube can promote my videos to a larger audience. Thank you for doing that. Now we want to look at the fourth question. Question 4 says 4x over 3 is equal to 7 over 6 minus 5x on 2. Here you will have to find the LCM because they are more than 2 terms on the right hand side and that of the left hand side. So you find the LCM of 3, 6 and 2. That's the denominators. Now you look for the multiples of 2 and the multiples of 6 and the multiples of 3. Or in other words, you look for the factors of 6, factors of 3 and the factors of 2 and find the least common factor. So you are looking for least common factor or least common multiple. So I'll use the least common multiple. So the multiples of 6, I have 6, 12, continue, and multiples of 2, I have 2, 4, 6, 8, also continued, and the multiples of 3, I have 3, 6, 9, also continued. Now you realize that the common among them is 6, right? And that's the least. If you continue, you get a number of them, because if I continue from here, I'm going to get 10 and 12, and here I'm going to get 12, which is mean that there is 12 inside there, and yet still 6 is the least. Now note that if you use any common multiple among all of them, you get the answer, just that you will have to still break it down. So it's easy to use the least common multiple so that your work is made easier for you. So therefore we are going to use 6. So you multiply each term by the multiple you have gotten. So 6 times 4x over 3 is equal to 6 times 7 over 6 minus 6 times 5 over 2. So this sign is just the one here. I have not added any other sign apart from the multiplication we are multiplying through. Now 6 divide 3 will give me 2. 2 times 4 will give me 8x. You could have also taken 6 times 4, that will give me 24, and divide by 3 and you get 8. So 6 divided by 6, that's 1, times 7, it still give me 1, so 7, minus 6 divide 2, that will give me 3. 3 times 5 will give me 15x. Okay, now you group like terms. So I have 8x here, there's another x here, I bring it over there. So it's negative, come across the equal sign becomes positive 15x, and this is going to be equal to 7. Now 8 plus 15 is 23x, and this is equal to 7. Now I divide through by 23. Now I make mention that from this step we are not going to divide through, because if I have divided, I'm going to jump a step, and so therefore you want to get the marks for this, so you take it like this and now divide it. It's equal to 7 over 23. This goes with that, which is equal to 7 over 23. Now this is a prime number and this is also a prime number, so we don't have a common factor that can break it down, so we just leave it as it is, and you draw your conclusion that the value of x is 7 over 23. It is also a proper fraction, so you cannot change it into a mixed fraction. Okay, remember, you can only change improper fraction to mixed fraction. This can only be changed into decimal points. The question 5 states that we should find the value of x in the equation x plus 7 over 6 plus 1 over 2, which is equal to x minus 2 over 4. Now here there are a lot of fractions also there, and we still find the LCM. So we have to find the LCM of 4, 2, and 6, which is 12. Okay, so again you can use that same method. 6, 12, the LCM of 6, multiples of 6. So we have that 18, and what? We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. And then the multiples of 4 is 4, 8, 12. You can realize that 12 rhyme to more of them, which means that 12 is a common multiple, and that's the least when you start from all of them and be listing their multiples. Okay, so we take 12 and we multiply each term by the LCM. So I have 12 times x plus 7 over 6 plus 12 times 1 over 2, which is equal to 12 times x minus 2 over 4. Okay, remember this is not part. Divide 12 by 6 and that will give me 2. So you multiply the 2 by the numerator. Now the 2 is not multiplying only by the x, it's multiplying by whatever is at the top here, which is the numerator. So remember, when I divide this and I have 2, it is multiplied by whatever is at the top here. So that's why I have to put it in the bracket. Okay, and this is plus 12 divided 2 will give me 6. 6 plus 1 is still 6, and this is equal to 12 divided 4, that will be 3. And 3 is multiplying by the numerator, which is x minus 2. If you forget to do this, you get your answer wrong. So note that the 3 is multiplying by all the items at the top, which is the numerator. So it's going to be 7 because of this. So the least mistake you make, the whole thing is spoiled. So now I have 2x. This is 14, not 4, plus 6, and this is equal to 3x minus 6. Again, we group like terms. 2x minus 3x, and this is going to be equal to minus 6, and this is 20. Crossing the equal sign is going to minus 20. This will give me minus x equal to, so you add negative to negative, that is going to give you negative 26. Now I'm looking for x, so I have divided by negative 1 divided by negative 1, and this will get rid of that, leaving x to be equal to 26. Okay, so you draw your conclusion once again that the value of x is 26. So that is how this question is solved. Now I want to look at the last part of the question, question 6. Question 6 have fractions and then brackets in it. So we find the LCM of 5 and 2. So mostly we find the LCM of the denominators. So we find the LCM of 5 and 2, which is 10. So you multiply each term by 10. And this is equal to 10. So because of the negative sign here, it is separating this into 2 terms. So you have multiplied 10 by 4 minus, you multiply 10 by 1 over 2 x plus 2. Now 10 divided 5 will give me 2, and multiply by the numerator, which is 4, and it's still multiplying by whatever is in the bracket here. So note that we take 10 divided 5 and multiply by the numerator. You can also take that 10 times 2, which is 20. 20 divided by 5 is still 4. Before you now multiply by whatever that is inside the bracket, that is 3x minus 1. And this is going to be equal to 10 times 4 is 40 minus 10 divided 2, that's 5, times 1 will still give me 5, which is multiplied by the bracket. Alright. We now have to expand each bracket so that we can deal with the x alone. So I pick 4 times 3x and 4 times 1. So you multiply 4 by whatever is inside the bracket. So 4 times 3 will give me 12x, and 4 times negative 1 will give me negative 4. This is equal to 40. Minus 5 times x will give me minus 5x, and minus 5 times 2 will give me minus 10. Okay, we group like terms again. So we have 12x here. This one coming will be minus or plus 5x, because here it is minus, and once it's crossing the equal sign it becomes positive. Equal to 40 is already here, minus 10 is here already. So I pick this negative 4 and bringing it here become positive 4. Now we simplify. Okay, so 12 plus 5 is going to give me 17x, and this is equal to 40 minus 10. That's going to be 30, and 30 plus 4 will give me 34. I'm looking for the x, so I divide through by 17. So I have 17, divide here 2 by 17. So 17 cancels that, leaving x to be equal to 17 goes into itself 1 times and going to 34 2 times. So you can have your calculator, you punch in your calculator, you get the answer. Because when I pick 7 times 2, this will give me 14, and this time will give me 2 plus the 1 will give me 3. So once you get this, you know that your answer should be correct. So it means that this will be 2, and you draw your conclusion. Therefore, the value of x is 2. Alright, thank you, and this is the end of the question. In the next tutorial, we'll look at linear inequality involving the greater than and less than sign. Remember, that one will be dealing with it, the sign differently. Please don't forget to leave me a like, a subscribe, and comment, and I'll be happy to release more videos to you. And also, the items I'm using for this tutorial, I'll put it in the description. You can go and get access to them on any of the shops online. Thank you, and have a nice time. Hello, welcome back once again to my channel. This is your man Alam, and today's tutorial we are going to dive into trigonometry. I'll pick one example and then we can look at it, application of trigonometric equation. Alright, and so without wasting time, let's get into it. I pick a question. I have a question on my board here. The question says that a man of 1.87 meters tall stands 6 meters away from a tree of height 7.6 meters. If the man is on the same horizontal level as the foot of the tree, illustrate the information in a diagram. Now, I want you to take a screenshot of this question. If we, in any case, we may be cleaning it to solve more of the other questions below it. Now, this question, you have to analyze it systematically, taking note of the values that are given. Now, the height of the man is 8 1.87 meters. That's the height of the man. And the distance he's standing away from the tree, so the tree is over somewhere there, and then where he's standing, when you measure the floor, the horizontal ground, it's 6 meters. And the height of the tree is also 7.6 meters. Now, this information here is very important. The man is standing on the same horizontal ground. So where the tree is, the man is standing at the same ground. So none of them is higher than each other. So if the man wants to look at the top of the tree, it means that the distance from himself to the eyes is, not part, but it will start from his eyes upwards. So with that information, it can help us to solve the first question, which is to illustrate the information on a diagram. So we can have a very beautiful diagram. So let's assume this is the horizontal ground and the height of the tree. So the tree is 7.6 meters from the top to the down. The whole of this is 7 meters. Now, the man is standing on this same ground, so it means the height of the man may come somewhere here, and the height of the man is 1.87 meters. So let me rewrite it. The height of the man is 1.87 meters. Okay? So let's say this is the height of the man over here. You can get it. Now from here, the man is looking at the top of the tree. So which I can join it from here. Alright? So this is the height of the man, because he's standing on the same horizontal ground, and this is the eye level. He's looking at the top of the tree. Now, the tree root is somewhere here, and the man is standing 6 meters away from that. So it means from here to the other end is 6 meters. So if I label this whole thing as A, B, C, D, E as a diagram. Now, from the top to the down, that is A to E, is 7.6 meters. From A to E, that is the height of the tree. And then B, D is the height of the man, which is 1.87 meters. And then D, E is the distance the man is standing away from the foot of the tree. Okay, so this is a very beautiful diagram, and that's what they are asking you to illustrate. I can now say that the angle at which the man is looking at the top of the tree is alpha, or you can use theta or any other value. So this diagram can illustrate that. If you want to get it more evidently, you can demarcate it at your own pace. So it means that from this point to this point is 1.87 meters. Therefore, from A to E, A to C will be equal to, I will subtract this away. So let me take a calculator. So we have 7.6 minus 1.87, which is going to be 5.7 meters. That means from A to C here is
notification
5.7
to verify the payment, but it's not coming. So I use the short code that is displayed for me.
And
but
then
in my
write
approvals,
it.
it's not there also.
So from here to this place is 5.73 meters. So that when I add the two of them, I can get the full length of the tree, the height of the tree. Alright, so this is the diagram. Now the B part of the question says that calculate correct to the nearest degree, the angle through which the man can see the top of the tree. So they are looking for this angle. Calculate the angle at which the man can see the top of the tree. That is, how wide should the man open his eyes to be able to see the top of the tree where A is. So his ground level and his eyes are raised high towards here, and that is the eye level, the eyebrow, you know. So if you have this is the eye with the eyebrow, what is the angle he's watching to the tree? And that is what we have illustrated by alpha. So indirectly, they are looking for this angle, and we can use the properties of a trigonometry or the Pythagoras theorem property, which can illustrate by SOHCAHTOA. SOHCAHTOA. So from here, because I know A to C, and I know from B to C, remember B, C is also the same as 6 meters, because this looks like a rectangle and opposite sides are equal. So if here is 6 meters, the top here is also 6 meters. Alright? So I know this side and I know this side. Therefore, I can use tan, because tan here says that opposite over adjacent. The opposite is the side facing the angle we are looking for. So I'll use tan of the angle is equal to AC over adjacent, which is BC. This is equal to, my AC is 5.73 meters, all on 6 meters. So the meter is going to go away, leaving, so I still have tan alpha to be equal to, so you get your calculator and divide this. So I have 5.73 divide 6. 5.73 divide 6. And you are going to get 0.955. Okay? We are now looking for the alpha, so therefore I take tan inverse on both sides. When I take tan inverse on this side, I'll have only alpha to be equal to tan inverse of 0.955. And this is equal to, so take tan, the tan inverse, press shift before you press the tan, you get a tan inverse of 0.955, and you are going to get the angle as 43.681 degree. So we get a degree clear. The question says that we should calculate correct to the nearest degree. So once you are calculating to the nearest degree, you will have to break this down. So therefore, the angle at which a man can see the top of the tree is 44 degrees, because this value is up to 5, it's more than 5, so I can just round it to get 44 degrees. And that's what the question is asking us to correct to the nearest degree. Alright, so please, if this is your first time of hitting my channel, do me a favor by subscribing, like, so that YouTube can promote my channels to a lot of audience. So let's get into the C part of the question. The C says that find correct to 3 significant figures the distance the man, that is he, must cover to see the top of the tree at an angle of 63 degrees. So here they've given us the angle. If he raises his eyes at an angle of 63 degrees, what will be the distance he will cover to see? So we are talking about this place. If he has opened his eyes wider, which is 63 degrees, how long will he travel to see the top of the tree? So here we have been given an angle already. So you can decide to redraw the whole thing or get from different sides. So I will clean off this side, leaving the C so that you can see. So now with this information, you can redraw this diagram or decide not to just redraw it. But you know that the eyes level has increased to 63 degrees. So because of this thoracic, I'm just going to sketch something. And here is 6 meters, here is still 1.87 meters, and here is still 5.3. So we may not know that side. So let me just leave it as that. We don't know because the eye level can change. But we know this angle to be 63 degrees now. Alright? We know this angle to be 63 degrees. So we have been given that one. Now we want to know the hypotenuse. We want to know the hypotenuse. Again, you can use the sine rule, the cosine, or the tan rule. But look at where the angle is being situated, and it will help you to be able to get what you are looking for. So we can use the cost. Cos here saying that adjacent over hypotenuse, because we are looking for this. The reason why we will not also use this is because we don't know. Because if the angle here has changed, this height too will change. If the angle has changed, it means this height too will change. So if I increase the wider, it means this line is going to go more upper. So therefore, we will use this, which means the man standing from the tree, the distance from him to the tree is still the same. That one doesn't change. But his eye level, once you raise it, the height of the tree might, change as in the drawing over here. Okay? So let's continue. So I will come to use cost. So cost of angle. So a cost of angle is equal to adjacent, which is BC, over hypotenuse, which is BA or AB, any of them. We are looking for BA, so I can make it the subject by multiplying through by BA. And so BA is equal to BC and divide through by this cost alpha. And this is equal to, I know the BC to be 6 meters, so I just put 6 meters, and then we have cost of the angle, and the angle now is 63 degrees. So you see how we are dealing with it. So because I know here and I can find here, and I know the angle too. So don't force yourself to go and use this, you may get it wrong. So we key this in the calculator and we are good to go. So I have cost 63, which is 0 point. So it means my BA is equal to 6 meters all on 0.4539 whatever, and this is equal to, divide 6 by this value, and you are going to get 13.2161 meters. Remember, the meters are square. Now the question says that we should correct to 3 significant figures. So 3 significant figures, 1, 2, 3. If the value is significant, if it's not significant, then you don't consider that. So therefore, it is approximating to 3.216 meters, correcting to 3 significant figures. The one here is not up to 5, so we can round it to make this as 7. So this is this time the man have to travel to see the top of the tree. So you can pause the video and go through it. If you have any challenge, you put in the comment section and I will be happy to help you out. If it's your first time of joining my channel, please do me a favor by liking, subscribing, and more to the point, hit the notification bell so when I release any other new video, you'll not be left out. And the tools I'm using, I have a tripod stand with my microphone and other tools. I will put the links in the description below so you can get them on Amazon. So please have a nice time.
Hello and welcome back to my channel. Once again, this is your man Alan, and today we shall be looking at percentages 2, which is the same as business mathematics. In other books, it is referred to as commercial mathematics. This topic is going to help us in dealing with our businesses, in calculating for the profit you have to make, in calculating for the loss you have to make, in calculating for the interest, both compounding and simple interest, and how you have to calculate or share your profit when you get into partnership with other somebody. And so what is percentages? Let's look at percentages. So a percentage is a fraction with the denominator as 100. Thus, if we have x percent, is the same as x over 100. So any value expressed as the number over 100, then we refer to as a percentage. So if they are giving you any percentage and ask you change it into fraction, just pick that percentage all over 100. And a fraction may also be expressed as a percentage by multiplied by 100. Remember, we want to change percentage to fraction, we divide it by 100. And so if you also want to change fraction to percentage, we multiply it by 100. So let's take an example. If I want to change 2 on 5 to percentage, I just multiply it by 100. So 2 on 5 multiplied by 100, and that's going to give me 40%. Let's take example 2. If I have 3 on 4, in percentage is 3 over 4 times 100, where we have a common factor as 4. 4 can go into self 1, and 4 can go into 100 25 times. So 25 times 3 is going to give me 75%. Right. So if we look at percentage increase and percentage decrease, percentage increase and percentage decrease, in solving problem which involve increase or decrease of quantity by a certain percentage, we take the original to be 100 except otherwise stated. So every percentage increase of a particular quantity, the original quantity is assumed to be 100%, unless the question specifies that it is a different percentage. If not, the original percentage we take for that original quantity before the increase or the decrease is always 100%. So that's to increase a quantity by x means the quantity is multiplied by 100 plus x over 100. So the original quantity here is 100 plus the increase. So they said x percent. So just add the x to the 100 and divide by 100. And that's the percentage increase you are adding to it. Similarly, to decrease a quantity by x, the original quantity is 100%. So you are decreasing it by x. So it means that we just minus the x from the 100, and then you're gonna go over 100. Example. So if I have the cost of the car was increased by 20%. What is the new cost of the car if the original cost was 20,000 Ghana cedis? So the original cost was 20,000 Ghana cedis, which is equivalent to 100%. Now the cost of the car has been increased by 20%. So it means that we are going to add this 20% to the 100%, which the original cost of the car, just as 100 plus x, and x here is what? 20%, all over 100. And now we multiply it by the quantity, and the quantity here is 20,000 Ghana cedis. And so the result is the original cost of the car is 20,000 Ghana cedis, which is equivalent to 100%. The new price is now 100 plus x, which means the new cost will be 100 plus 20 all on 100 multiplied by the original quantity. So that's why we say that you decrease or increase a particular quantity by another percentage by multiplying the quantity by 100 plus x on 100, or 100 minus x on 100. And so when you do that, your result is going to be 24,000 Ghana cedis. All right. So we want to look at the percentage decrease. So we have an example. Decrease 150 by 20%. So here there's a decrease, and the original quantity percentage for 150 is 100, and so this 100 is also decreased by 20%. So I decide to subtract 20% from 100, and you're going to get what? 80. And this 80 is divided by 100 and multiplied by 150. So the quantity is multiplied by 100 minus 20 over 100. Multiplying by that, you get that. And then your result is going to be 120 Ghana cedis. Sorry, it's not in Ghana cedis, but the quantity is not having a unit, so 120. Let's look at profit and loss. After we have looked at percentage increase or percentage decrease. So any percentage increase or percentage decrease, you are going to follow the same procedure we have used to solve the other one. Don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel for more videos. Hit the notification button so you'll not be left out when I release any video. Please do me a favor by subscribing to the channel. Now, when we talk about profit and loss, imagine you have gone to start a particular business. You bought an iPhone for 10,000 Ghana cedis, and you decide to sell that iPhone for 10,500 Ghana cedis. You realize that when you come back, you remove the cost of the phone from what you have sold. So if you remove your 10,000 Ghana cedis, your 500 Ghana cedis becomes your profit. But if you have sold the phone less than the 10,000 Ghana cedis, you have made a loss. So let's look at what it is. So profit or loss is equal to the selling price minus the cost price. So how much you sold the item minus the cost price, it will give you either the profit or the loss. So if your selling price is higher than the cost price, then you're going to get profit. But if the selling price is less than the cost price, you are going to get what? Loss. All right. On the other hand, we are saying that if the selling price is greater than the cost price, there's a profit. But if it is less than the cost price, you get a loss. Now, they can also ask you to express the profit you have gotten in percentage. And we said that in getting percentage of any fraction, you multiply it by 100. So you get the profit over the total cost multiplied by 100. So the fraction of the profit is the profit over the cost price. That's the fraction. Now multiply that fraction by 100, you are going to get the profit percent. Likewise, if you want to get the loss percent, so you pick the loss over the cost price multiplied by 100, and you're going to get the loss percent. Now let's take an example. Example 1. Alam sold his new laptop for 5,000 Ghana cedis, which he bought at 4,500 Ghana cedis. So we want to find the profit and the profit percent. So there are two questions in this one. And also we want to find the loss and the loss percent Alan made if he has sold the laptop for 3,500 Ghana cedis. So let's look at the A. We know that profit is equal to selling price minus cost price. So he sold the laptop. In the question, he said that he sold his new laptop for 5,000 Ghana cedis, but he bought the laptop for 4,500 Ghana cedis. So it means that the selling price is 5,000 and the cost of the laptop was 4,500 Ghana cedis. So to get the profit, we take the cost price out of the selling price. So selling price minus cost price, giving you the profit. Now we have gotten the first part of the question, that's the profit. Now we want to look at the profit percent, and we have said that the profit percent is you take the profit over the cost price multiplied by 100. So you take the profit over the cost price multiplied by 100. So our profit in the A we have found is 500. All on the cost price is 4,500 multiplied by 100, and we're going to get 11.11%. Now the loss price, the loss we have gotten in the next question, that's B, is cost price minus selling price. It means that the selling price is less than the cost price. So that's why we have to take the cost price minus the selling price. So we get a positive answer. So because if we take the selling price minus the cost price, we're going to get a negative answer, which is still referring to as what? A loss. Okay. So selling price is 33,500 Ghana cedis as stated in the B part of the question. And then the cost price was 4,500. So we are definitely going to make a loss of 1,000 Ghana cedis. It's made a loss of 1,000 Ghana cedis. So we want to get a loss percent. You take the 1,000 Ghana cedis over the cost multiplied by 100. You're going to get 22.22%, 22.22%, and that is your loss percent. Alright, let's continue. We want to look at the simple interest. Simple interest is more or less like the profit you have gotten on your capital or whatever you have started with. But the simple interest, actually, we want to look at, you have invested a money in your bank in a particular time of the year, whether 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years. How much are you going to accrue? How much are you going to get from what you have invested as simple interest? And so the formula is given as, you have to get your principal, the amount you are going to invest, and the time. How long are you going to put the money in the bank, or how long are you going to invest the money in the particular business you are doing, and what is the rate of the interest? What is the rate of the interest? So we can abbreviate them as the P, T, and R. Now, after the end of the time, it is 3 years. At the end of the 3 years, for you to get the amount you pick from the bank or whatever you have invested it, the total amount will be the principal plus your interest. So your interest alone is I, and the original amount you deposited was P, principal. So you add the two of them, then you pick it. Hope you are getting that. So you go to the bank, you pick the interest plus your principal. You don't go and pick the principal and leave the interest, because you wanted the interest. That's why you invested it. And so when you go to pick, you pick everything. So when the question asks you, how much will you pick at the end of the month? How much did the investor receive at the end of the year? At the end of the 3 years, at the end of the 4 years, at the end of the investment period, you pick your principal plus the interest, and that is the amount you receive. But if the question asks you what is the interest at the end of the 3 years, you are only looking for the I, the interest. So you are not interested in the principal. Alright, example 1. A man deposited a sum of 2,500 Ghana cedis into his saving account. this amount he deposited. If simple interest is paid at the rate of 8% per annum, how much is due him at the end of 3 years? So here, the man deposited 2,500 and the rate R is 8% per annum. Per annum here means that every 1 year, a year. So, and he is investing it for 3 years, so the time is 3 years. So every year he gets 8% for 3 years. And according to the interest formula here, we say principal times time times the rate, all on 100. So our solution will be, so we'll get our principal already, you write out the rate and the time, and you code your formula. Principal times rate times time, all on 100. So the principal here is 2,500 times 8%, which is our rate, multiplied by the number of years, divided by 100. Note that the 100 here is because of this 8%, so you don't put the percent here again. The 100 here is because of the 8 here. So we said that in expressing any percentage in fraction is out of 100, so that's why you have 8 over 100 multiplying by 2,500 times 3 multiplied by 8 over 100, and you are going to get this. That is where that 100 is coming from. It's because of the rate, that's why the 100 is there. Alright, so when you do that, your result is going to be 600 Ghana cedis. So it means that at the end of the 3 years, the man is going to make a profit of 600 Ghana cedis. 600 Ghana cedis. So how much will he receive at the end of the 3 years? The amount he receives is, you pick the principal. He saved 2,500 in the bank earlier, and the interest he has made is 600 Ghana cedis. So you add the two of them to get the amount you go to pick from the bank, 3,100 Ghana cedis. Now when you look at compounding interest, so the simple interest is accrued once the period of time you are doing it, but the compounding interest is such that you make simple interest for every year. So just like the example we just looked at, after the man has received the 3,100, he decides to invest the money again. So your capital keeps on increasing, your principal keeps on increasing every year. So we say that the interest is being compounded. The interest is being compounded. So when the interest is being compounded, the amount is given by A equal to principal multiplying by 1 plus the rate on 100 raised to the power the number of years, the time. So where the compound interest you get is A minus P. So remember, the total amount at the end of the period is A. So if you want to get only the compound interest, you take the principal out of the amount you accrued, then you're going to get the interest. Principal, time, rate, amount. Now one kind of example. Find to the nearest Ghana cedis the compound interest on 350 Ghana cedis in 3 years at 7% per annum. A man, you have deposited 350 Ghana cedis in the bank for 3 years, and then the rate is 7% per annum. So every year the rate of the interest is 7%. So you calculate for the simple interest for the 1 year per annum, 1 year. Then the next year your principal is going to be added to the interest, or your interest is going to be added to your principal and reinvested again. So your principal is going to increase for the next year in that order. So let's take the solution. So note that in compound interest, the A is amount and the P is the principal, 1 plus rate over 100 times the time. And in the question, the principal was 350 Ghana cedis, and the rate was 7% per annum, and the period is 3 years. So we just keep it inside. So 7 on 100 is going to be 0.07, all to the power 3. When you do it just to it by using your calculator, your compounded interest plus the principal is 429 Ghana cedis. Remember, this formula just gets you the total amount you are supposed to pick from the bank straight away. So it means that this answer, your compounded interest is there and your principal is also part of it. So now if I want to get only the interest, I will take the amount, this one, minus the principal. So the principal is part of this and the interest is also part of that. So when you subtract it, you are going to get 79 Ghana cedis as your compounded interest. So the interest alone is 79 Ghana cedis for the 3 years. Remember, every year the interest keeps on increasing. So the interest is not regular, just like the simple interest we looked at. That one was regular, but this one is not regular. So every year the interest keeps on increasing, just as your principal keeps on increasing. Because every year after you get the interest, you add the interest back to your principal to get a new principal. Then you invest it again. Alright, so let's take an alternative way of solving this question, so that you get it very clear. So this is the short form using the formula, and mostly this one, when you are using objective, you can easily use this. Or when you are running out of time in the examination hall for the theory sake, you can use this. Apart from that, use it in the objective. Alternatively, principal for the first year is 350 Ghana cedis, and the rate is 7%. So the simple interest, as you know, is principal times time times rate on 100. And so I find the interest for the first year, which is 24.50 Ghana cedis. Principal for second year. So the principal for the second year, after the first year, this is interest again. So the principal for the second year is going to be your interest plus your original principal for the first year. Because when you go to the bank to pick the money, you pick the principal plus the interest you make. But you are not sending home, you are reinvesting it. So the principal for the second year will rather be your original principal plus the interest you made to get the new investment money. So the new principal is this for the second year. So the second year you're going to invest 374.5 Ghana cedis inside it. You get that? So your principal is now this multiplied by the same rate for every year. Another 1 year. So it means that we are going to calculate it 1 year, all the 3 years. So because it's 3 years. Alright, and so the interest for this principal for the 1 year is 26.22 Ghana cedis. Now I want to get the interest for the 3rd year, so it means I have to pick my original principal, which is this plus this plus 26.22 Ghana cedis, and I'll get the principal for the 3rd year. So principal plus my interest, I pick it, I reinvest it. So I'm going to reinvest 400.72 Ghana cedis, and I'm going to get an interest of 28.05 Ghana cedis. Therefore, the compound interest for the 3 years is, so you add all the interest for the 3 years. So the first year is this, the second year is that, the 3rd year is, so the second year is 26.22, the final year is 28.0. So you add all this and you get the compound interest for all. Remember, the question says run to the nearest Ghana cedis. So you run it to the nearest Ghana cedis, you get 79 Ghana cedis. So it means that when you use that formula, it's going to give you an answer straight away, the total amount accrued. So if I had added this money to this, if you add the 28.05 to 400.72 Ghana cedis, you are going to get the one we got earlier when you just use the formula. And now you can now subtract the original principal from it to get your compounded interest. Hope this is helpful. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Like, subscribe also. And then we continue. Let's now take one original question. It's very beautiful question. It says that two friends, Alam and Jimmy, entered into a business partnership. Alam contributed 3,700 Ghana cedis and Joe contributed 6,300 Ghana cedis. At the end of the year, they made a profit of 65% of their total contribution. So the total contribution you have to get, and the profit made out of it is the 65%. Now they decided that they will save 7% of the profit as educational levy, and then 18% of the remaining profit, after they've given some of the profit to the educational levy, they also saved 18% as their reserve fund. If they said the remaining profit in the ratio of their contribution, want to find the amount they paid as educational levy, the amount received by each partner as a share of the profit, and then Joe's share of the profit as percentage of his contribution. As percentage of what? His contribution, not the total outcome, but his own contribution. Now let's take the solution. We realize that Alam's contribution was 3,700 Ghana cedis, Joe's contribution was 6,300 Ghana cedis, and then their total contribution is 10,000 Ghana cedis. And out of this 10,000 Ghana cedis, they made a profit of 65%. So 65 out of 100. So 65% means 60 over 100. Multiplying by what? The total amount they got out of their contribution. So it's 10,000. So you're gonna get 100 is a factor into itself 1, and 100 into 10,000 you get 100. So multiplying 65 by 100, you are going to get 6,500 Ghana cedis as the profit. So the profit made out of the 10,000 Ghana cedis, which is 65%, is 6,500 Ghana cedis. Now, out of this profit, some was paid as educational levy, 7%. So 7 over 100 multiplied by the profit. So 7% of the profit. Of means multiplication. So 7% we know is 7 over 100 of the profit. So the profit is 6,500. So 7% is 7 over 100 of, and the of is times. We're looking at both mass of multiplied by 6,500. So this is the amount paid to the educational levy. 455 Ghana cedi was paid as educational levy. Now the remaining profit after this was paid, so you take this out of the profit. So you take the 455 out of the total profit, and you're going to get 6,045, the remaining. And this remaining was also paid as reserve fund, 18%. So 18% means 18 over 100 multiplied by the remaining profit. Get that? After you have paid the educational levy, your profit reduced totally. Get it? So you take the amount you remove from the profit and pay to the educational levy. What's left? You take 18% of it. So 18% of the amount that is left, and now you pay that one to as your reserve fund. So it means that 18% of 6,045 is 1,088.10 Ghana cedis. So this is the amount going to be paid as a reserve fund. And now to answer the questions, the remaining amount after he has paid the reserve fund is we also take the remaining minus the amount he paid for the reserve fund. So it means that what is now left is 4,956.90 Ghana cedis. Now the question says that they shared this the final remaining in the ratio of their contribution. So we want to get how much did Alam contributed is to the amount Joe contributed. We know Alam contributed 3,700 Ghana cedis, and then Joe contributed 6,300 Ghana cedis. So their ratio, we can get a common factor, which is 100. 700 can go into 3,700 and then can go to 6,300, and you get 37 is to 60 63 as their ratio. Now we get a total ratio to be 37 plus 63, and that's going to give you 100. Now, how much did Alam receive of the remaining profit? So 37 over a total ratio. So we're going to get the proportion of somebody's share. You pick the contribution or the ratio of that particular person all on the total ratio multiplied by the amount they are going to share. So here the remaining amount they are going to share now is 4,956.90 Ghana cedis. So we pick 37, which is Alam's contribution, all on the total ratio multiplied by that amount. We are going to get 1,834.05 Ghana cedis as Alam's share of the remaining profit. Now Joe's share of the remaining profit is going to be the amount that is left. So after you have given some to Alam, then the rest are left is for Joe. So that's why we have to take this 1,834.05 out of the remaining profit, and you're going to get 3,122.85 Ghana cedis. So that's what is given to Joe. Note, you realize that if you don't get Alam's share to be less than Joe's share, you should suspect your answer, because the contribution is not the same. Alam contributed only 37, and then Joe contributed 63. So expect that Joe's share should be greater than Alam's share. Alright, one way you can also get the Joe share is just to pick his ratio or his proportion all on the total. So we get 63 all on 100 multiplied by this same amount, and you are going to get the same result. You can try that and see. Alright, so we answer the question. So Joe's share of the profit as a percentage of his contribution. Joe shares of the profit. We know he has the profit of, this is the profit of Joe, the share. All on his contribution was what? 6,300. So his share of the profit as a percentage of his contribution. So the fraction of his profit as a percent as his contribution is the profit all on the contribution. Now, want to get the percentage, you multiply by 100. So in getting percentage of any fraction, we said multiply by 100. So after multiplying it, you realize that Joe received 49.57% of the profit. That's his percentage he has received. Alright. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel. And then hit the notification button so that you will not be left out when I release any other new video. Share to bless a friend. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to my channel once again. This is your man Alam, and today we are continuing with Plane Geometry 2. If you have not watched my previous video on Plane Geometry, you'll quickly do that on the link below. The link will be kept in the description. Just go and watch it. Now, when we talk about Plane Geometry 1, it both dealing with angles and then parallel properties. In Plane Geometry 2, we are emphasizing on angles forming in a circle. That is why we have the topic as circle theorem. So without much ado, we continue from this theorem 5, which states that the angle between a tangent and a chord is equal to the angles in the alternate segment. Let's take a circle for instance. Then we draw a tangent. A tangent is any line that is drawn to the circle. So this line is what we call a tangent. Now, when I have a chord to this tangent, this is the chord to the tangent, it is equal to 22 degrees. Now, this 22 degrees, we are saying that it is equal to the angle in the alternate segment. So it means that this is also what, 22 degree. Let's take another example. Another tangent, a chord, and the alternate segment will also be the same 57 degrees. Furthermore, this is also equal to 57 degree. Now another one. So if the chord here is 18, then the alternate segment will also be 18 as indicated. Now highlighting it more, we are saying that the tangent and the chord highlighted by the red line is equal to the alternate segment highlighted by the blue line. So looking at the movement very well, so the tangent is here and the chord drawn to the circle is equal to the alternate segment. So 20 degree here is equal to 20 degree here. Likewise this one. So this is the first chord withdrawn from the tangent, which means that the blue highlight is also 57 degree, which is also equal to this, as it is also in the same alternate segment. So this side is also 57 degree. Now when we highlight the third one too, it's the same thing, 18 and 18. So this is the chord and this is the tangent, alternate segment, and this another alternate segment, which means that the angle formed here and the angle formed here are all equal to the angle formed by the tangent and then the chord. Alright, so let's do a workout. So this is an example. Which angle do you think is A and which one do you think is B? Alright, we are working out these missing angles. Now you can foresee how you can work for A and you can get B within no time because of the theorem we have already looked at. Which one is the 79 as I asked earlier on? Now highlighting it with the red line, we got the angle formed between the tangent and the chord to be 79 degree. Now we want to get the alternate segment, which is highlighted by the blue line. So definitely you will know that A is also equal to what? 79 degree. Alright, then if A is 79 degree, what is B? We know here to be 30 degree, we know here now to be 79 degree. What is B? We can apply the triangular properties of angles. We know that angles in a triangle sums up to 180 degree. There is a formula in solving it, that is to find the number of or the sum of angles in a polygon, regular polygon, whether a quadrilateral or any other regular polygon. So it's n minus 2 multiplied by 180, and where n is the number of sides. So triangle has 3 sides. So when I pick 3 minus 2, I get 1. 1 times 180 is 180. That's why the sum of all the angles inside a triangle is equal to 180 degree. Now to get B, I will take B plus 79 plus 30 degree, and this will give me 180 degree. Now you group like terms. Maintaining B, we subtract 30 plus 79 from 180, and that's going to give us 71 degree as the B. You can pause the video and sit down and look through it and work it out by yourself to get more understanding. Alright, let's proceed. Now this another example for us to get it more. The angle between a tangent and a chord is equal to the angle in the alternate segment. So the angle TPQ, that is, let's say this angle here, that is X, is equal to the angle PRQ, which is also highlighted by the blue line. So here, if here's x is also x, as we did earlier. So here's y, this will also be what? Y, as we have seen. Now, we want to prove this theorem to see why are we saying so. But to prove that, we need to draw a tangent, a chord, and an angle in the alternate segment. So we draw a circle first, then we get a tangent. So this is a tangent, we get a chord, and we get the alternate segment. Now, to continue, we know this is a chord which is touching the tangent, and the alternate segment is highlighted by the blue line. Now, further elaboration, we need to use the center of the circle and an associated triangle for this proof. So we need to locate the center of this circle we have drawn. So let's say this is the center. Now, after getting this center, we can draw two radii as shown. We know the radius here and the radius here are all equal. Therefore, the triangle formed is an isosceles triangle. An isosceles triangle states that the base angle are what? Equal, because this line and this line are all equal. They are all radius. And then, if we call the original angle as x, the angle that is tangential to the chord, this angle, if you call it as x, that is what I mean, then we can get this small angle, because any line drawn from the center to a tangent forms a right angle, that is 90 degrees. So if this is 90 degrees and I know this small place will be x, then the interior of this triangle will be 90 minus x. With 90 minus x. If there's 90 minus x, this angle over here should also be what? 90 minus x, because it is an isosceles triangle and the base angles are equal. Okay. Notwithstanding, we got this side and we got the other angle. We can solve for the third angle in the triangle by using the triangular property. So we sum everything inside here, that should give me 180 degrees. And when we solve it, we realize that 90 plus 90 was taking it from 180 is 0, then leaving 2x. So this angle is 2x. But in my previous video, which I will encourage that you go back and watch it, just the link is in the description below. Just go and cross check it. We talked about another property which states that this angle formed, the 2x here, is twice the angle that is subtended at the circle. So it means that if here is 2x, the angle formed here will also be x. The angle here is 2x, yes, we were 2x. Now, well proved. This angle is x, and we have proved that it's also x. So it means that we have proved our alternate segment theorem very well. You can sit down and imagine it and go through it again. So this angle here is equal to the angle here, as we have proved it. So first of all, we know that this is 90 degrees. If this is 90 degrees and the initial angle we say is x, the inside of this triangle should be 90 minus x. This should be 90 minus x. We sum it up and equate it to 180, and I get here to be 2x. But the angle formed here is twice the angle subtended at the circumference of the circle. Therefore, here is x, and that is 2x. Now we well prove it that x is equal to x. Alright, let's take an example. Work out angles A, B, and C and justify your answer. When you get A, you have to give reason, because here we don't need much working. We use the theorems to get the lettered angle. So you have to give a reason to why you are saying that A is equal to that, and B is equal to that, and C is equal to that. That's why we say give a reason to your answer, justify it, and you are good to go. Now, this is a very nice question. We are looking for A, B, and C. Now, if this angle to the tangent and this chord is 55 degrees, what is A, what is B, and what is C? Which one can we relate it to? Now, angle A, we are finding this is a tangent to the chord, and the angle formed there is 55. You realize that the alternate segment is formed at A. Therefore, A is equal to 55 degree. Alright? A is equal to 55 degree. Now, we want to get B. But to get B is very simple. We know that this line here is a diameter because it's passing through the center. And this line is a diameter. The angle subtended to the circumference from the diameter is 90 degree. So this angle is 90 degree. So if there's 90 degree and I know this place to be 55 degree, I can easily find B by summing it up and equating it to what? 180 degree. And when we do that, we realize that B will be equal to 90 plus 55. Take from 180, and that will give me 35 degree as the angle B. So B is 35. Now we're going to get C. C is also a tangent to a chord. So the angle formed there is relating to the 13 over there. So if this is the angle, C, the tangent, and the chord, the alternate segment is 13 degree. Therefore, C is equal to 13 degree. Alternate segment theorem. Now, continuation, still on the theorem 5. Which angle will be 72 degree and which one will be what? 59 degree. You can pause the video and look at it. But don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification button so that you'll not be left out when I release any new video. Alright, so we want to look for which angles, is it A, B, C, or D? That is 72 degree, and which of them is what? 59 degree. So with something like this, we need to apply the bow tie to help us. You know that this is like a bow tie, highlighted by the red line. It's like a bow tie. We want to use that theorem, which says that this angle A is equal to the angle C. And the angle formed here is also equal to the angle formed over there. The angle B is equal to the angle D. So let's continue. Now, still applying the theorem, this is a tangent to this chord, and the angle formed there is 72 degree. What is the alternate segment? The alternate segment is formed at A. The alternate segment is formed at A. Therefore, angle A is equal to 72 degree. So if A is equal to 72 degree, then C will be also equal to what? 72 degree. Just simple as that. Now, when we got it, then D is also answered using the bow tie theorem again. B here is equal to D. But we also know this another tangent and to the chord, which is 59 degree. Now with this, we get the alternate segment to be D. So if I know D to be 59, then B is also what? 59. Alright, so they are all 59, 59, and the solution is being solved. Take your time and go through it. Pause the video and solve it by yourself and see whether you can master it. Alright, the next theorem, theorem 6, is saying that the opposite angles in a cyclic quadrilateral are supplementary. Thus, they sum up to 180 degree. That's the meaning of supplementary. When you say the angles are supplementary, it means supplementary angles, we know they sum up to 180 degree. Now, opposite angles in a cyclic quadrilateral. So this is cycle and a quadrilateral form inside it. A quadrilateral is a four-sided plane figure formed inside a circle. We are saying that the opposite angles sums up to 180 degree. That is, when I sum this angle and the angle down here, it should give me 180 degree. The angle y should give me 180 degree, and this angle, that's why we have to take y from 180 degree. All right, so if here is y, this angle will be 180 minus y, because it should sum up to 180 degree. Likewise, if here is x, then here should be 180 minus x. Well said. Now with pick a work example, just pause the video and try going through it. We said that y plus 100 should give me 180. So if 100 is given here, then y definitely will be what? 80 degree. If here is 95, we can easily find the x to be what? 85 degree. Now angle x and 95 degree here sums up to 180 degree. That is, the opposite angles in the cyclic quadrilateral are supplementary. That is our justification. That is our reason. So when you sum them up, we know x is equal to 85. That is, when I pick x plus 95, it should give me 180. Then you subtract 95 from both sides. Then x is equal to 180 minus 95, which is 85 degrees. So the value of x is 85 degree. Now, also the y and the 100 will also sum up to 180. So y is equal to 180 minus 100, and y is equal to 80 degree. Simple as that. Now the theorem 7 says that the angles subtended by equal chord at the center of a circle are equal. When we talk about equal chord, it means this is a chord and this is another chord, and they are equal, indicating by the red lines. It means this line is equal to this line, and this line are forming at the center. This is the center, so over there, and this one. So the angles formed here, angle x is equal to the angle formed over there, because their chords are all equal. So x is equal to x over here. Now, without much ado, let's take an example. We are looking for the value of x and y. Now that we know this angle to be 46 degree, we can find x, because this is an isosceles triangle. Isosceles triangle, the base angles are equal, because this is a radius and this is another radius. So if this is a radius and this is a radius, it means that this line is equal to this line, and the base angles must also be equal. So if here is 46, this angle must also be what? 46. So I pick 46 plus 46 plus x, that should give me 180 degree. In short, the triangle OAB is an isosceles triangle. Then this angle, like I said, and this angle are all equal. Angle ABO and OAB are all equal, which is 46 degree. Therefore, I can find x by equating AOB, which is x. AOB is x, that's its angle. AOB. Where you curve is where the angle is formed. AOB. So it means the angle is formed at where you are turning. Okay. Which is equal to 180 minus 2 times ABO. ABO. That is 46 degrees. So we know that this is twice this, and this is twice the same figure. So 2 times 46 is the same as 46 plus 46. When you take it, it becomes 92 degree. 92 degree from 180 degree is 88 degree. Therefore, the x is 88 degree. Now, if x is 88 degree, then y also 88 degree. Why? The angles subtended by equal chord at the center of a circle are equal. This angle and this angles are equal. Therefore, y is also what? 88 degree. Well said. Let's take the 8th theorem, and this theorem says that the angles subtended by equal chord at the circumference of a circle are equal. So this is a chord and this chord are equal. Now when these chords subtended at the circumference, that's this, they are equal, it means that the angles formed are also equal. The angle formed are also equal. So this angle and the angle formed from the same equal chord. This chord and this chord are equal. So therefore, this angle is equal to the other angle. Well said. Now, we pick an example. We state that the angle X is what we are looking for, and the angle formed here is also what we are looking for. That is CFD. CFD, that's angle X, and then FCD, that's this angle formed over here. We are looking for them, but we know this angle to be 30 degrees. When we know that to be 30 degrees, we know this angle is equal to this. Therefore, X is equal to what? 30 degrees. If X is equal to 30 degrees, then I can find this angle by applying the triangular properties. So when you sum X plus 100 and this angle, is to give me 180 degrees. Therefore, I take 30 plus 100 from 180, and that is going to give me 50. So therefore, the angle formed here is 50 degrees. That is FCD is 50 degrees. That is well done. Let's take the final question. That's a preliminary question. So we find the value of y in the figure drawn below. So just with the last property we looked at in the other video, we know that this angle here, this 100 degree here, is twice the angle formed at ABD. Likewise, ACD is also half of the angles formed here. But we can easily get y by applying a lot of theorems. Now, angle CAB, that's this angle formed here, and this angle, they are equal. That's the property 2 we looked at in the other video. We said that this angle here is equal to the angle formed over there. Bow tie property. So these angles are equal. So it means that if here is 40, here must also be what? 40. Now we continue. The angle AOB is twice what? ABD, which means that angle ABD is equal to half of AOB. That's why we have angle ABD to be equal to half of AOB. Now this is further equal to, we know this angle is AOB is 100 degrees, so half of 100 degrees is 50 degrees. Now I know this angle to be 50 degrees. I know this small one to also be 40 degrees. So when you sum them up, that's 40 plus 50, that'll give you 90. You take it from 180 degrees and you're going to get your y. So at 180 minus the sum of these two angles, that will give me y to be 90 degrees. So therefore the value of y is 90 degrees. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and more to the point, hit the notification button so you'll not be left out. Share to bless a friend. You can support the channel too to move on well. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Now, theorem 2. The theorem 2 states that opposite angles in a cyclic quadrilateral is supplementary and they sum up to 180 degrees. Now the first theorem we are dealing with it's triangle that is formed inside the semicircle.
Here, quadrilateral means four-sided plane figure. Four-sided plane figure. So a cyclic quadrilateral is a four-sided plane figure formed inside a circle. So we have a circle, example, and we have these two lines, and then this also two lines, forming a quadrilateral. Now it is saying that the opposite angles in the cyclic quadrilateral, the angle here and the angle here, will always sum up to 180 degrees. In other words, we can also have this x and y will also give what? 180 degrees. They are opposite. Now I have another one here, and this forms a quadrilateral inside the circle. We say that the angle x plus the angle y will always give you 180 degrees. So note the properties very well, and they are all touching what? The circle. Now A and B, when you sum the complete thing here, remember it's looking like a circle. When you sum A and B, they must give you 360 degrees. Angle A plus B will always give what? 360 degrees. But we are also coming to use the A and B here in this theory. So it means that if I have opposite angles in the cyclic quadrilateral, which is adding up to 180 degrees, we can be able to prove this by saying that we have a circle first and drawing the quadrilateral inside, and we say that the opposite angles are equal. This angle and this sums up to 180 degrees. So imagine we join two corners to the center of the circle. Imagine we join two corners from here to this, like this, to the center of the circle. And then if we label the top angle as x, then the one down here will be 2x. That's one of the properties of this second theorem. So if here is x, then here will be 2x. So this angle here is twice the angle subtended to the circumference over there. It also means that when I add this and this will give me 180 degrees. Now do the same thing with the opposite angle, labeling y first. So I label y here. Now the one at the center will therefore be what? 2y. So here is y, then the other opposite here will also be what? 2y. And that is why I stated in the other one that here A and B will always sum up to 180 degrees. So it means that, 360 degrees. So it means that 2y plus 2x here will sum up to 360 degrees. But we are still applying the properties in step by step. So when I add x plus y, they will give me 180 degrees. Remember, we are trying to prove the formula. We are trying to prove the formula from another formula. So the angle here is twice the angle here, and the angle here is also twice that. So it means 2x plus 2y is 360, like I said earlier on. So x plus y is equal to 180 degrees. So I'm just trying to prove that if here is 2x plus 2y is equal to 360 degrees, divide through by 2, it means that x plus y is equal to 180 degrees. And the theorems have been proved like that. You please get it. So this particular theorem, which states that the angle here is twice the angle here, is one of the properties, which is my other video. I'll put the link inside the description so you can watch it. But with that, we are able to get this other theorem that 2x plus 2y will give you 360 degrees, and you find that x plus y is 180 degrees. So it means this x and this y is 180 degrees. We continue with it. The angle at the circumference is half the angle at the center, just like the theorem we just looked at. This angle here and the angle at the circumference, so this is half of the angle at the center here. So we said this angle is twice there. If here is 100, then here will be what? 50. If here is 200, then here will be what? 100. So that's what the theorem is saying. And we look at it in the proof that if here is x, here will be 2x. This is the same as here also be what? 50. It doesn't matter where it is touching the circumference, but once it's subtending from these two ends, which is from the center, then we say that it's giving you half of the center. So here is 50, here is 50. I can have another one. So look at the property very well. So the angle here is twice the angle over here. So if here is 15 degree, then here will also be what? 30 degree. If here is 30 degree, here will also be what? 15 degree, because this is twice this, so I can aim to get 15 degree. The last one I will look at is this. We said earlier, this angle here is half of the angle at the center. So it means the angle at the center here is twice the one here. So if here is 130 degree, then here will be what? 65 degree. That is, you divide the angle here by 2 and are able to get here. Look at the property very well. When you're not able to get this property clear, you will be confused. But once you get this clear, it doesn't matter how the diagram is twisted, you'll be able to do it. Look at how this one is twisted. But you know, the one I marked by the red are always subtending from to the center. To the center. Alright? So it means the opposite here will also be what? If I sum here to be 360, if here is 130, then here will be what? 230. If here is 230, then I'll be able to get here, which is half of what is here. So here will be 115. You get a property. Now the fourth example from this theorem is that it's saying we should calculate the angle A and B. Give reasons for your answer. I have always stated it. Give reasons for your answers. So here is 122 degree. Then A will be what? Right? A is half of the angle at the center. So it means A will be what? 60 degree. Angle at the edge is half the angle at the center. Then if A is 60, then B also be what? 61. Sorry. So I mean 61. 61. So the same as above. So another example. Work out angle P and Q and explain how you got your answers, which is still asked. It means the reason. They are still looking for the reason. So O is the center of the circle. O here is the center of the circle. And O, when you sum everything at the O, that will give you 360 degree. Note. Now, quadrilateral ABC is a cyclic quadrilateral. A, B, C, D. It's a cyclic quadrilateral because it is a quadrilateral form in a circle, which makes it a cyclic quadrilateral. And the properties are clear. We said that you can pause the video and try it before you continue. But we said that the angle P here is half of the angle at the center. So if you divide 102 by 2, you get P. We also say that Q plus P will always give you 180 degree. In the proof, we use here as X and here as Y. So it means P plus Q will always give what? 180 degree. Now, we have to first find P. P is 51 degree. The reason is that angles and the circumference is half the angle at the center. So the angle here is half of this, which you can also say that the angle here is twice of that, the vice versa. And if I'm able to get this, so P is 51, then P plus Q will also give 180 degree. So take 180 degree minus 51 and you get your Q. So it means that the Q is 129 degree just by taking it from what? The 180 degree. So when you add this plus this, you get 180 degree. Let's continue. Let's prove this. The angle at the circumference is half the angles at the center. Now, this is the property we used in proving our previous theorem. So take note and follow tune. The angle at the circumference is half the angles at the center. We are proving it here. So imagine we split the diagram into two. That is from the middle here. So if I split it from here, once we split it, we can label angle in the isosceles triangles to the left as before. So we call this isosceles triangle because this is a radius, and this is also what? A radius. And they are equal. And isosceles triangles have two of its sides being equal. So that is why we say this is an isosceles triangle. And it means that the angles here are equal. So I can label here as x and label here is 2 as x, which means that to get this side, I will take 2 plus x is 2x, take it from 180 degree, and we'll give you this angle. Again, I'll be able to find this other side of the angle just by using the other property. We said that one exterior angle is equal to the sum of two opposite interior angles. So x plus x will give you this angle. Notwithstanding, we are still using the property of angles on a straight line. So if here's this angle here is 180 degree minus 2x, and we want to look for this angle. So you just take 180 degree minus this, and that will give you 2x. So it means 180 degree minus 180 degree, that will give you 0, and then negative will give positive 2x, and that's why we got 2x here. And then when we come to the other end, we can apply the same idea to this other triangle, x here and x here. So here we are labeling y and y, and means that here will also be giving you 2y. So if this is 2x and this is 2y, I can sum them up. So 2x plus 2y, and the angle at the circumference is x plus y, half of it. You can see that if I take half of this, I'll get x plus y. you see the property clear, because we are saying that this angle here is half of the angle here. So if you take half of this, you will get x plus y. That is 2x plus 2y. You divide 2 by 2, you get x plus y, which means that when I sum this angle to x plus y, they are equal, which means this angle here is twice this. If x there, here will be 2x. If yes y, here will be 2y. If yes 2x, then here will be 4x. Here 2 is 2y, here will be 4y, twice of that. That's the proof of it. We'll look at another theorem, and this theorem states that the angle between a tangent and a chord drawn from the point of the contact is equal to the angle in the same segment. So here is a circle, and this is a diameter drawn. You will be able to just identify this angle straight away to be what? 90 degree, because it's subtending from the diameter. Now the emphasis is that we have a chord which is a tangent drawn. So this tangent is touching the circle. When we say a tangent is a line touching a circle, it's tangential to the circle. So this line is touching this circle. That's why I say it's a tangent, right? And the property is saying that if this angle here is alpha, this angle here is beta, then the center O, and we have the whole triangle formed inside there is ABC. Now we are saying that this angle here, the angle formed here is equal to the angle formed here is equal to the angle formed at the top here. So alpha is equal to beta. Alpha is equal to beta from the property. So the angle between a tangent, so this is a tangent, and the angle here and a chord drawn from the point of contact is equal to the angle in the same segment. So the diameter AC forms one segment here, a semicircle, and this another segment. So if the angle formed here is in the same segment with the angle here, then we say they are equal. Okay, so this angle is in a different segment. If you are having the angle ACT, it's a different segment, but we are looking at this angle here, which is also equal to the angle here. Let's take one example, and we are good to go. So AB here is a tangent, angle AB. So line AB is a tangent to the circle, and they are saying that we should write down the value of x. We have found the value of x, okay, and we have to give reason why it is so. Now, the angle here from the property is equal to the angle x. So if here is 43 degree, x will also be what? 43 degree. Because they are in the same alternating segment. This angle here is in the same segment to the angle formed by this line to the circle. That is a tangent, so making it equal. And we have taken it from the property which says that the angle between a tangent and a chord drawn from the point of contact is equal to the angle in the same segment. So this angle are equal. So thank you very much for watching the video, and take your time to subscribe, like especially, so that YouTube will recommend my video to other people, and do me a favor by hitting the notification bell. So
hello and welcome back to my channel once again. It's Alas Academy, your gateway to mathematics discovery. In today's tutorial, we want to look at plane geometry 2. We have been studying the theories and solving a lot of questions under plane geometry 2. In today's tutorial, I want to focus more of working some examples under plane geometry 2. So take your time and go through the video. Let's dive into it, and we are off to go. We're going to take our first example. Plane geometry 1 is one of the topics that we need to go through, because we are going to be using some of the theories there inside the circle theory. So this is example 1. It says a line AB is the diameter. So AB here is a diameter. A diameter is a line that divides the circle into two equal parts. So when you divide a circle into two semicircles, then that line in the center is what called a diameter. It's the connection of two different radius on a straight line. So it says that an angle CAB, where the angle 10 is 41 degrees. Calculate the angles X and Y and keep reasons for your answers. So in circle theorems, all you have to do is to be able to master the theorems and to give reason to every answer that you give. Alright, so let's get into it. So they're saying that the angle CAB is 41. Now we got to get angle X. To get angle X, so you have to apply the theorems. One of the theorems states that angle subtended from the diameter to the circumference of the circle. So when we say the circumference is the distance around the circle, that's the circumference. So any angle that is formed at the circumference, but it is subtending from the diameter, then that angle must be what? 90 degrees. So therefore, X here is 90 degrees. So X 90 degrees because angles in a semicircle is what? 90 degrees. That is when you divide this circle into two, that is diameter divides into two. That any angle that is formed inside here must be 90 degrees. It doesn't matter how it is trending, but it was 90 degrees. So when you tilt it anyhow, but that angle will definitely form what? 90 degrees. So angle C here is what? 90 degrees. Now, want to look for the Y, which is here. I just made mention that we need to use some properties in the plane geometry 1. So there's a property that states that angles in a triangle sums up to 180 degrees. So now we know angle CAB to be 41. We know ACB to be 90 degrees. Then we'll be able to find y, because when I sum y plus 90 degrees plus 41, this will give me 180 degrees. So it means that y will be equal to 180 degrees minus 41 minus 90 degrees. In other words, what will I put here? That when I add all the three of them, it will give me 180 degrees. So therefore, y is what? 49. Because when I put 49 here, 49 plus 41 will give me 90, and 90 plus 90 will give me 180 degrees. And that is how you find the value of y. So just to illustrate, so we have 41 plus 49 plus 90, that will equal to what? 180 degrees. So when you add the angle here and does not give you 180 degrees, you have to check your answer again. Now let's take the next example. Example 2. Here it's saying that work out all the missing angles in the cyclic triangle. So we have ACD, ABC, the triangle inside the circle here. And we are given only one angle, which is the 46 degree. But A, B, C, D, E is not given, and you have to look for it. But this is very easy if you have known the theories and the properties to use. So therefore, we have A to be the first angle we find. Now remember, any line drawn from the center of the circle to the circumference of the circle is a radius. A radius is the division of the diameter. So when you divide the diameter into 2, you get what? A radius. 2 radius gives you a diameter. So, but we're going to focus on this point. We are saying that any line drawn from the center to the circumference gives you what? A radius. So OC is a radius, OB is also what? A radius. And they are all on the same circle, which means that OB and OC are equal. And if they are equal, it means that angle A will be equal to this angle here, 46 degrees, because it's an isosceles triangle. This line and this line is equal, which means the base angle will also be what? Equal, considering the triangle COB. Take note of that. Now, angle CA is 46 degrees, which is coming from the isosceles triangle property. We got A, we can get B, looking at the property that will say that angles in a triangle sums up to 180 degrees. So we consider this triangle COB again. Now we know here to be 46, we know here to also be what? 46, because this angle is equal to this angle. And now I'll be able to get this. So what will I put at B? That when I sum 46 plus 46 plus B, it will give me 180 degrees. So you realize that when I put 88 degrees here, I'll be able to get it. So 46 plus 46 will give me 92 degrees. And 92 degrees plus 88 will give me 180 degrees. So it means angle B here is what? 88 degrees. So which means the reason you can give is that angles in a triangle sums up to 180 degrees. So I can take 46 plus 46 plus B equal to 180 degrees, and I carry the 46 plus 46 across the equal sign, it all becomes negative, and you take it from 180 degrees, then your final answer will be what? 88 degrees. Now that I have gotten 88 degrees, I'll be able to get C using the other property which states that angles on a straight line sums up to 180 degrees. So you can use your protractor and you try it. When you measure any straight line, you always realize it's what? 180 degrees. The protractor is a semicircle, it's a half circle. When you have two protractors and you put them together, it forms a complete circle, which is 360 degrees round. But when you pick half of it, it's 180 degrees. So it means that half of it when you measure any straight line from the center, it will always give what? 180 degrees. That's where that property is coming from. And so therefore, I'll pick 180 degrees minus 88 degrees, and I'll get C to be what? 92 degrees. Angles on a straight line. So C here is 92 degrees. But there's another property that states that's in the plane geometry 1. It says that two opposite interior angles is equal to one exterior angle. The sum of two opposite interior angles. So this is one exterior angle is outside this triangle, and the opposite is this and this. So the one that is closer is adjacent, but we are looking at the opposite. So the 46 plus 46 will give you 92. So you could easily use that property. Angles, opposite angles in a triangle sums up to what? One exterior angle. So that is the other property you can use to get your angle. So now we are looking for D. With the same property, OC is a radius, and OA is also what? A radius, which means this line here is equal to the line here. Okay, and if that's the case, I'll be able to find E, and I'll be able to find this. But we got here to be 44. Why? Because angles in a semicircle is 90 degree. 90 degree. So when I pick this plus this, I must get what? 90 degree. And from our first example, you see that angle subtended from the diameter to any part of the circumference gives what? 90 degree. So if you had known this place to be 46 degree, then here will be what? 44 degrees. So that when I sum all of them, it gives me 90 degree. So take note, you can pause the video and replay it and play it more. Now that's the angle D. Once you get the angle E at the last, which I just made mention that OA and OC are equal. So therefore, here is 44, here must also be what? 44, because an isosceles triangle. An isosceles triangle, the property states that the base angles are equal because the two lines here are equal. Alright? So E is also 44 degrees because it's an isosceles triangle. AOC is an isosceles triangle. So this is how you got this one. Now we're going to take our next example. Now remember, all the focus is on what? The diameter here. So the diameter here is where all our properties is coming from. So if you don't have the diameter here, you will not be able to apply some of those properties we have used. The diameter tells us that the angle subtended here is 90 degrees, and it tells us that this line OA is a radius, and this is also a radius because this is a diameter, and tells us that this is center. Alright, so let's get our next example. This example says that we should work out the angle X and Y and explain how you got your answers. Alright, so O is the center of the circle. O here is the center of the circle, and A, B, C, D is a cyclic quadrilateral. When we say a cyclic quadrilateral, what it means is that A, B, C, as A, B, C, D, this plane figure is a quadrilateral. It's a four-sided plane figure. Four-sided plane figures are called quadrilateral. And so it's a kite, understand? It's a kite. And once a four-sided plane figure is inside a circle, then we call it cyclic quadrilateral. So the circle is, the quadrilateral is inscribed inside the circle, okay? So that's able to find the value of X and Y. So let's first get Y, and we continue. Now there's a property that states that angle Y here is half the angle here. Angle ADB, that's Y, is half angle AOB, that is 130 degree. So when I divide 130 degree, I will get Y. So 130 degree divided by 2 will give me what? So let me, this one I'll use calculator. So this is operator. So 130 degree divided by 2 give me 65. So it means that my y here is what? 65. Y is 65. Angle at the circumference is half the angle at the center. Alright? So y is what? 65 degree. Now along with the x. So there's the property that also states that angles at the opposite side of the circumference sums up to 180 degrees. So it means that when I sum everything here plus this, it should be 180. When I sum everything here plus here, it should give me 180. So if I know here to be 65, then I can find what? X. So to get x, we take 180 minus 65. So if you take 180 minus 65, what will you have? So I just want to do my medicine, but I get 115. That's 115. 180 minus 65. Now give you 115 degrees. So it means that x is 115 degrees. Why? Again, we say the opposite angles in a cyclic quadrilateral add up to 180 degrees. Opposite angles in a cyclic quadrilateral sums up to 180 degrees. Okay. Now x is 115 degrees. The other way you could get this answer is also that the angle here is also twice the angle here, which means this angle is half of the angle formed here. So you could also find angle A, that's the angle O here. So if I do that, let's get the calculator. So we have, so the complete of this must give you 360 degrees. It's a circle, it's give you 360 degrees. So if I know here to be 130, I'll be able to find here. So we have 360 degrees minus, so that's 60, that's the one, minus 130. And I got 230. And we are saying that the angle here is half of the angle formed here. And the angle formed here is 230. So let me divide it by 2. And you see that we have 115 degrees. So you can use the same property to also get it. And you can also use the property that says that the opposite angle in the cyclic quadrilateral sums up to 180 degrees. Take note. If you like this video, don't forget to give it a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so when I release any other new video, you will not be left out. Thank you very much. Let's continue. Now we also have this example. So calculate the angle A and B and give reasons for your answers. So we are calculating A and B here. Now, just like the property we just looked at, it says that the angle formed at the center is twice the angle at the circumference. So A here is half of what is here. So if A is half of this, I know that A should be what? 52 degrees. That is, if I pick 104 and divide it by 2, I'm going to get 52. So A here is what? 52, which is the reason that angle at the edge is half the angle at the center. The edge here is meaning the angle that is subtending to the circumference. Now, if A is 52, then B will also be what? Just look at it. It's just tilting at a different place, but the same thing. It's only moving to this side. It could move anywhere. So it means that B will also be 52. Because same as above, the angle has just moved around the edge a bit. But there's a property that is underlying this. The property says that angles subtended from the same chord, x and y, is a chord, to the circumference are equal. Take note. If they are from the same chord here, this and this will be equal. That is very important. It's a property we can be using in other examples. Alright. So take note. and work it out. Mathematics is all about you taking practicals, and more practicals. I must be frank with you. No one is born to be a mathematician. So you all need to take examples and work them more and more. Feel free to put in the comment section if you need professional tuition, and I will reach out to you. Thank you and have a nice time.
/change and edit page. Back and edit pages. Now, if you have questions, check one. You can change the URL. Let's talk
Welcome
about
back once again. Today we are going to continue
Hi guys,
with
welcome
the
back.
MCQs of mathematics. Everyone can learn some mathematics, and so let's get into it. We are solving from 51 and we are starting with the algebra once again. So I'll bring my calculator in, then we can be using the calculator to help us do it. Now I am just encoding the calculator for you to be able to use it to solve the question very fast and very quickly. All right, the time that we'll be spending on this place will be more than when you are using it in the exam hall alone, because here I'm trying to explain for you to understand. In the exam hall, you are not going to explain it, you are just going to use it to answer straight away. All right, so without much ado, let's get into it. So we are solving for the value of x in 5x plus 2 equal to 3x plus 10. All you have to do is to group like terms. So bring the variables to the left hand side and the non-variables to your right hand side. So when you are bringing x, 3x here become negative. So we have 5 minus 3x, that will give you 2x. Then these two come to be negative, so 10 minus 2, that will give you 8. So 8 divided by 2, that will give you 4. All right, so the right answer is A. But let's key it in the calculator. So we have 5x plus 2 equal to 3x plus 10. Then solve, and your answer is what? 4. So the correct answer here is A. Number 52. What is the value of 4x squared minus x plus 1 when x is equal to -1? So anywhere you see x, replace what? -1. So we have 4. So we just type 4 in the bracket, -1 squared minus -1. So replace all the values of x with -1, now plus 1, and your correct answer here is A, 6. Number 53. If y is equal to 2x squared plus 3x minus 5 and x is equal to 1, find y. So again, anywhere you see x, you put inside 1. So we have 2 in the bracket 1 squared plus 3 times 1 minus 5, and that is 0. So the correct answer here is A. 54. Factorize x squared minus 4x plus 4. You can do the elimination method, test all these answers and to see which one you get correct. So expand them to see whether I will have this value. When you expand any of them and you have this, it means that's the correct answer. And otherwise, I can just find the values of x and then you determine. So I'm going to use the calculator. So press mode 5 and 3. 3 is the quadratic equation. So the first value, the coefficient here is 1. So we key inside 1. The next is -4 and +4. So we have x to be 2. Rate is off. So but we have only one root, so it means double root. So it means our correct answer will be what? B. When you expand it, you are going to get this, right? So from what the calculator has given us, so we have only one answer, which is 2. So when you take this and you go to 0, x is equal to +2. Solve for y if 2y minus 8 is equal to 3y plus 4. So all you have to do is to group like terms, bring the variables to your left hand side and then the variables to your right hand side. So when I'm bringing negative 3 here, 3y will become negative 3. So 2y minus 3 will give me negative y. Then negative 8 coming here will be positive 8. Then 4 plus 8 will give me 12. So we divide through by negative 1 and your answer will be negative 12. So we can key that inside the calculator to get the answer. So we have 2, so we don't use the y, we use x, minus 8 equal to 3x plus 4. Then solve for the answer. So the answer here is 12. Alright, so the correct answer is B. We come to question 56. 56 says, which equation is not quadratic? Quadratic equations have the highest power as 2. The highest degree is 2. So if the highest degree is not 2, then it is not quadratic. So this is quadratic, this is quadratic. And you can see that the C is a cube root, which means it's not a quadratic root. So the answer is C. Now, this one says to find K. Find K. If Kx is equal to 3, and then x is equal to 1 over 2. 1 over 2. So we can key that inside the calculator as well. Replace it. So x is 1 over 2. 1 over 2. K. Now K, let's still use x, but we know that we are inserting what K, it's representing K, equal to 3. So that's 1 over 2. So I didn't key it in well. X equal to 3. Then solve. So the answer is 6. And you can better still solve it. So we've done that. We have 1 over 2 K is equal to 3. Then you cross multiply by 2. And you get what? 6. K to be equal to 6. Now here, simplify 2 in the bracket, x minus 3, bracket close, plus 4x. So 2x minus 6 plus 4x. So 2x plus 6x give you 6x minus 6. Alright, so the correct answer here is A. Number 59 says that if A minus 2 is equal to 10, find A. Alright, just group like terms, pick the negative 2 here to become positive. So 10 plus 2 give you 12. 12 divided by 4, that gives me 3. And you can equally point that inside the calculator. So you have 4A. So we are using x for the A. 4A minus 2 is equal to 10. Then you solve. So the correct answer here is 3. Alright, the correct answer is 3. A. Now 60. Solve for x when x minus 7 is equal to 2x plus 3. So group like terms again. 2x coming out here will be negative 2x. So x minus 2x will give me negative x. Then 7, negative 7 coming with positive 7. So 3 plus 7 will give me 10. Divided by negative 1. That will give you negative 10. And again, point in the calculator and your answer will be clear for you. So we have x minus 7 equal to 2x plus 3. Then solve. And that will be negative 10. Now we continue with geometry. The exterior angle of a triangle is equal to the exterior angle of a triangle is equal to the sum of the two opposite interior angle. So if we have this as a triangle, saying that the angle here is equal to the sum of the opposite angles here. Two opposites. So this one is not part. So when you add this and this, you must get one exterior angle. So the correct answer here is A. What is the area of a triangle with base 8 centimeters and height 6 centimeters? So area of a triangle is half base times height. Half of the base times height. And half of 8 is 4 times 6. That will give you 24. And you can do that on the calculator. Half base, and the base is 8 times 6. And your correct answer is A. Now remember, the unit is very important. The centimeter squared. If you don't put it, it's wrong. It's not an area. If there's no unit, you have to write the square unit. So because areas are always in square unit. A regular hexagon, that's number 63, has how many sides? A regular hexagon have how many sides? That is 6 sides. The answer is B. Number 64. The volume of a cylinder is given by the formula, the volume of a cylinder. Now, when you are dealing with volume, you must find height inside volume. Anything at all you are looking for, H must always be there. So here C is not having, so C is already out. It's now left with B and A. Now, the area is the base area times height. So cylinder have a base area. The base is a circle. So and the area of a circle is pi r squared. Alright, times height. So it means base area times height. The answer is A. What is the sum of the interior angles of a pentagon? The sum of the interior angles of a pentagon. The pentagon is a 5-sided plane figure. And the formula is given as n minus 2. So n, it is 5. So 5 minus 2 times 180. And now we get the answer as 540 degree. Alright. In a right triangle, the side opposite the right angle is called the hypotenuse. So in a right triangle, something like this. This is the 90-degree side. So the side, this longer side is called the hypotenuse. That's what it means. So that's the hypotenuse. The correct answer here is A. And the angle as the adjacent or the opposite depends on where the other angle is. So if the angle is here, then this side becomes the opposite. This side becomes the opposite, and this side becomes the adjacent. But if the angle is here, then it's rather vice versa. Now 67. The area of a parallelogram is given by the formula base times height. Base times height. Oh, I'm highlighting two things. So the answer is A. The correct answer here is A. Base times height.
First, we need to set up a Google Analytics account to get the Google Analytics tracking ID and code. Second step is to install the Google Analytics tracking ID in your Google site.
Circle is doubled.
Now, let's begin with the first step.
The area would be
Sign into
quadruple.
your Google account if you already have or create one.
The distance around a circle is called circumference. The distance around a circle is called circumference. So that's the perimeter of the circle. Alright. A quadrilateral with only one pair of parallel sides is called what? A trapezium. Alright. We are now continuing with the numbers. What is the square root of
find the link in the description section
144? So you can just get the answer as 12. But let's do that. Square root of 144.
On this page, you need
can
to
see the answer is what?
new account.
A.
You can choose either to track your website
Number
or mobile app
72.
here.
What is the next
Since
prime
we are tracking
after
site,
13? So from 13, you are going to 17 because 15 is not a prime. A prime number has only two factors, 1 and the number itself. So 13 is a prime because I have only 1 and 13. There's no other number that can divide 13. So the number that follows here is 17. So the correct answer is B. What is the value of 5? 5 factorial. The factorial here means you are multiplying it downwards. So 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1. And you do that, so you get 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1 equal to 120. So the correct answer here is 120. Convert the fraction 5 over 8 to a decimal. So you can just type 5 divide 8 and you press the to get 0.625. 0.625 as the correct answer. That's C. Now 75. What is the value of 3 keep? 3 keep. So at this part, at least the calculator works very quickly. So the answer is B. 27. The lowest common multiples of 7 and 9 is, so one of the easiest way you can do it, just pick 7 times 9. 7 times 9. You quickly get the correct answer. That's 63. Which of the following numbers is divisible by 3? The reason why here was 76, I picked 7 times 9 because it's prime. And once you have one of them as prime, the easiest way to multiply the two numbers to get the common multiple, because this is not a prime number. Alright, yeah. So 77, which of the following numbers is divisible by 3? You can just try that out with the calculator, but you know quickly that 23 is out of the story, so 23 divided by 3. Decimal. 36 divide 3. 12. Then 41 is a prime, divide 3.
You can choose either to track your website or
fraction.
your
So it
mobile
means the
app
correct
here.
answer here is what?
Since we are
B.
tracking
36. The reciprocal of 4 over 7 is what? The reciprocal means you are bringing the
Next,
denominator to the top and bring the numerator to the down. The upper number is called the numerator and the down number is called the denominator. So you capsize it. So it means our correct answer here is what? A. Now 79. What is the percent? What is 20% of 150? So percentage means out of 100. So you can just pick 20 divide 100. Off means multiplication. So times 150. And that will give me 30. So the correct answer here is A. What is the square root of? So what is the square of 15? The square of 15. So we pick 15 square. Press the equals, and that's 225. The correct answer here is
you can find the link in the description section
A.
below this video.
The sum of the first 6 odd numbers is, so the first 6 odd numbers. So we have 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7 plus 9. So they said the first 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 11. And that is 36. A. 82. If A is equal to 2 and B is equal to 3, what is A exponent B? So A is 2 and B is 3. So raised to power 3. And the correct answer is B, 8. Convert the decimal 0.2 to a fraction. So when you have this decimal, all you have to do is to round it. And when you're rounding it, the number of zeros, depending on the number of times you have moved. So we pick the decimal point, you are moving this, you only moved once. So you now have 2 over 10. And you can break this one down. 2 in itself will give you 1. And then 2 into 10 will give you 5. And better still, you can use the calculator to do that. So we have 0.2, 0.2, and quickly press your equals, and that's 1 over 5. So the correct answer here is A. What is the cube root of 27? The cube root of 27. So you can use the cube root by looking at the numerals on top. So look at the color there. It means you are supposed to press shift and that root sign, right? Then 27. And your answer is what? 3. That's B. 85. What is the GCD of 14 and 21? That's the greatest common divisor of 14 and 21. So looking at out of this, which number can divide 14 and divide 21? Alright, 2 can divide 14 but you can divide 21. 3 can divide 21 but you can divide 14. 7 can divide 14 and can divide 21. So the correct answer here is C. Now 786. Which of the following numbers is a perfect square? A perfect square. So when you take the square root of the number, it's not give you any remainder, right? So when I take the square root of it, 20, it will give me decimals. So it means the correct answer will be 25 because the square root of 25 is 5. So our correct answer here is B. Right, thank you once again. Don't forget to hit that subscription button and the notification bell so when I release any other new video, you'll not be left out. More to the point, hit the like button so that YouTube can promote my videos to a lot of audience. Thank you and have a nice time. Meet you in my next video. Hello and welcome to my channel. Once again, this is your man Alan, and in this tutorial we are going to look over 200 mathematical multiple choice questions. That's MCQs, and we believe that everyone can learn some mathematics. So stay tuned in the channel and you'll be blessed. We are going to be using the calculator to help us do the work more easy and faster. Okay, so if I've taken my calculator, the first section we'll be talking about is the algebra. It says we solve for x in the equation 3x minus 5 equal to 16. So you can pause the video always to get the answer. If you get the correct answer, put it in the comment section below and come back to verify your answer. So here we have to group like terms. You pick the 5, which is negative here, across the equal sign, and that you get positive. So you have 16 plus 5, that will give me 21. Then you divide through by 3 and that will give you 7. And now we want to use the calculator to deal with it. We want to use the calculator to deal with that. So just come to the calculator and type the whole question inside. 3x minus 5 equal to 16. Then you solve it. You can see that they say that x is equal to what? 7. So it means our correct answer here is E. Now question 2. Question 2 says we to find the value of 2x squared minus 3x plus 4 when x is equal to 2. So all you have to do is to substitute the 2 in the place of x. So anywhere you see x, you put 2 inside because it said x is equal to 2. Okay, so we use the calculator, then we do that. So we have 2 in the bracket, we are replacing it with the value of x here, which is 2. So now x is 2 and the squared. So minus 3x, and x is 2, we replace with this, plus 4. And you press your equal sign. And the answer is 6. So we have B. Now question 3. If y is equal to 3x plus 2 and x is equal to 4, find y. So we are looking for y, and then they've given us x. So all you have to do is substitute the x inside here. So x is 4, you put 4 inside, and you're going to get the answer. So with using the calculator, you get 3x, and x is 4 plus 2, and the answer is 14. So correct answer is B. Question 4. Factorize x squared minus 9. So for this one, you can use the calculator, or you can just do the factorization. So we want to look at the factors. If you get the factors, you can be able to know which one it is. So using the calculator, I come back and I go to mode, then equations, which is 5, then 3. Type in this equation there. We have the coefficient of x squared is 1, so you type 1. B is not there, so you put 0, and then negative 9. Press the equal sign. So the first value of x is 3, and the next one is negative 3. So looking at here, we will have negative 3 and 3, so which means our correct answer will be what? A. None of these apply. So you can also do the expansion. You take x times x, get x squared. 3, negative 3 times x will give you negative 3, and x times 3 will give you positive 3, and those will cancel off. Then negative 3 times 3 will give you negative 9, and so that will also tell you that A is the correct answer. Now, question number 5. Solve for y in the equation 4y equal to 7, right? Sorry, 4y minus 7 equal to 9. So we are solving for this. You have to group like terms, pick the 7 across the equal sign. So here's negative. Once coming to the right hand side, it becomes positive. So we have 9 plus 7, which will give you 16. Now you divide through by 4. So 16 divided by 4 will give you 4. So our correct answer is what? B. Yes, but you can use a calculator to confirm as well. So like I said, I'm trying to use a calculator so that we can always get it done. So we have 4. So here we will not use the y, we use x, but just remember we are replacing it with x. Minus 7 equal to 9. Then you solve. Shift plus solve. So shift solve. There's the equal sign. So the answer is what? 4, which is B. Number 6. Which of the following represents a linear equation? Which of the following represents a linear equation? A linear equation involves no quadratic, no polynomials, and I mean it does not have any exponent. The exponent here is 1. So when we are dealing with linear equations, the higher power of the variable is 1. The higher power of the variable is 1, right? So look at all this. This is quite, which means a quadratic equation. The higher power here is 1, and the higher power here is 3, which means our correct answer will be what? B. Now you come to question 7. It says find the value of k if kx plus 3 is equal to 0 and x is equal to negative 2. So all you have to do is substitute the negative 2 inside here, and you find the value of k, right? When you put the value of negative 2, so you have negative 2k plus 3 is equal to 0. Now you group like terms, then 3 comes across the equal sign, becomes negative. So divide through by negative 2, then you get 3 over 2. So our correct answer will be A, right? So let's see if we can handle that through the calculator, right? So just substitute inside. If you have substitute, I will have negative 2 k. The k, let's use x. So anytime you are coming to use the calculator, remember use x for it, plus 3 equals
now you can see
0.
that you have templates to start a new site.
Sorry, so I'm supposed to use shift solve. So minus 2
hide all templates here. Then you can see there are some recent sites and then sites online.
Plus 3.
Another way to get to this product
Shift and
is
solve.
search Google Sites. In the results list, you will see to as on this page. And you will simply can see
so that will give you 1.5, and 1.5 is the same as 3 over 2, right? 0. And then your correct answer is there lying down waiting for you. Now, question 8 says simplify 5x minus 3 in the bracket 2x minus 4. So in dealing with both mass, you have to first expand the bracket. Alright, so you take negative 3 times 2x, that will give you negative 6x, and negative 3 times negative 4 will give you positive 12. Alright, so 5x minus 6 will give you negative x plus 12. So our correct answer is going to be A. Right, now question 9. If 3a is equal to 15, find A. So this is very simple. Just divide through by 3 and get your A. So dividing here by 3, divide here by 3. So 15 divided by 3 will give you 5. So it means A here is 5. So our correct answer is B. As well, you can use a calculator and type this like 3 A. Here we use X using the A equal to
verify domain ownership, and then
15.
DNS records.
Right.
So select the record
Then
type,
solve.
then sign into the domain provider,
Right.
and then we copy
So
the
remember
TXT
the
record below into that
previous
DNS,
one that comes solve.
and then we would verify here. So I can show you how to do that, and
The
I
answer
will
is
actually
5.
get you
The
sign in.
when you are
Now,
going to do
once
the
I'm signed
multiplication,
in,
the first
name
answer that
sheet
comes is
will
the
move to my domain list,
one you have
and
already
then I will
calculated. So
find
it must
my
come to
domain
this one,
name
and the
here.
correct answer is always this one,
Sheet, I
not
will
the
go to my domain
one that
list,
comes
and then I
after
will
you have
find
finished
now,
typing
once
the
I'm
thing
signed
inside. So
in,
you have
that name sheet
5
will
as
go
the
to my
correct
domain
answer, which is
list,
B.
and then I will find my
Number
domain name
10.
here, and I will
Solve
actually
for
search
x
for this. We can see that I have
such that
the proper
2x
domain
minus
name.
1
Go
is
in
equal to
to
7x
manage this domain
plus
name.
3.
You can see that we
The
have
same
the
way,
appropriate
group like
domain name
terms.
here. I'm going to go
So
ahead
you
and
pick the
select
variables
manage.
to your
Your
left
screen
hand
might
side and then
look-
on
your
variables
screen
to
might
your
have a different
right
layout
hand
for
side.
Namecheap
So you have
than mine
2x,
does,
then
because my
7x can be
screen is
negative
reduced in size for the report. Under domain, you can see
7x.
I have a
Then this
file
negative
name.
one can
Select
become
that, and
positive
then you want to select
1.
advanced DNS here.
So we have
We are in
2x
the
minus
advanced
7.
DNS section
That will give
for
me
the domain name. And if I scroll down, we
2x
can
minus
see
7.
that
That
we
will give
have
you
DNS templates,
5x,
host
negative
records.
5x
So under host
equal to
records, we
4.
have a couple records
Because you
here.
have 3
You can
and one
see
can be
that they're
positive 1,
separated
that
by
will be 4.
these
So
lines,
we divide through
horizontal
by
lines, and
negative
then
5.
each
So your
have
correct answer will be
trash
negative
and or delete button.
4 over
So our
5.
first record
So our
is
correct
a
answer here
record.
is
Second is a URL
C.
redirect record.
As well, you can
add
put in the
a new
calculator.
record here so that
So
we
we
can
have
select the appropriate record type,
2
which is TXT record. And according to Google Sites, they want
x
us to verify domain name ownership.
minus 1
Sign into our domain, copy the
equal
text
to
and
7.
select the value, which is going to
Sorry,
be the value
they're giving me something
provides
different.
here. And then
Equal to
press verify below. So we
7
want to go back to Namecheap. So we've input this
x
information. We can just say automatic. So
plus
let's save
3
changes,
plus
and we should see this
3.
record
Then
available
shift
now.
solve.
Our domain name. Let's go back to Google. And
So this is what I was explaining. So this is not the
try to
answer.
verify here.
We are now going to solve for
With this
x.
new
And
AI
the
tool,
answer is what?
you can easily
Negative
create your
0.8,
own realistic
which is the
AI
same as
avatar and have them
negative 4 over
Okay, so now what
5.
we can do that we
Okay, so once you
had
get
a
a
first
decimal
attempt
point, you
failed,
can
we
convert
can
it
look for one
to
of the
your
records that has this that target is different, the
word
value is
numeral
different
that you
there.
want to get, right?
Go down to domain, and I'm going to go ahead and paste there and paste it just to save
Now,
it, just in case. So let's save
We have
changes.
this,
Now we
the
will
sum
go
of
back
geometry.
to
You have the
Google
geometry
Sites
figures.
and try
The
to
sum
verify
of
this one more time.
the angles in
Settings
a triangle
updated,
is,
updated
so this one is
appropriately,
simple.
and so
In a
the
triangle,
verification went through.
we'll
Google
know
was
that
able to
it is
verify that domain name.
7,
And we can
sorry,
see
B.
yes,
So the correct answer here is
select
B.
start. Just go ahead.
So you got
Close the
to
grids on
know
our
that's B.
web domain name. Do indexing
And
for
then
the site. So now back at my Google
let me
site
change the color.
to set up the custom domain. Let's
So the
go
correct answer
ahead,
here is B.
cancel,
So sum of angles in the triangle
and
is
try to set up this
180.
domain.
Okay, so the correct answer is B. Now
You
here,
should see the approved check
what
mark
is the
here.
area of a rectangle
Select
with
next.
length
Now we get the option to
5
connect to
centimeters
third-party
and
domain
width
register. Let's go
3
ahead. Let's go ahead and
centimeters?
do what this nice
So
little notification is
the
telling us.
area
Our
of a
domain
rectangle
name
is
to
length times
Namecheap to
width,
Namecheap.
or
Let's
length
go ahead
times
and
breadth.
create a
So
new
here
file
they have given
here.
us the width
Looks
and the
like
breadth. So
we
just
already have
multiply it.
this
So
CA
5 times
record here.
3 will give
So
me
post at
15.
www.
So which
we go
means
back
the
and check
correct
Google
answer here
Sites.
is
This is also saying under CNAME
E.
value. Enter www.
Now we come to
When we went to
the question 13. The perimeter of a square is 20 centimeters. Find the length find the length. So we know a square, the perimeter is the sum of all the sizes. Sum of all the sizes, and in a square all the sizes are equal. And once all the sizes are equal, we divide 20 by 4 because we have 4 sides for a square. So 20 divided by 4 will give me 5. So the correct answer here is B.
We see the results here.
Now,
GoDaddy. So
question
domain plus
14.
free website builder.
What is the volume
plus
of
free
a keep
website. Something
with
that
side
if we
length
click on
3
this ad, we're taken to
centimeters?
a page that will list the top
The
hosting
volume of a keep
providers.
with side
You
length
can
3
pay monthly
centimeters.
or annually for hosting, and then in some cases you'll get a domain free for the first year. You won't get a domain free forever, and plus you're paying for hosting. Then down below the ads, we'll see the first non-paid organic search result, freedom.com. Let's click on that and see what it's all about. If we search for a domain, you can see the first ones that come up are supposedly free, but when you click on them, they're not available. Normally, down below, you'd be able to purchase a premium domain, but not even that is working today. There's also another site, I'm pretty sure they have the same owners as Freedom.pk.
What is the volume
The layout
of
is
a
basically
keep
the same, and
with
guess
side
what? This one
length
doesn't work
3
either.
centimeters?
To be honest, these
So
sites
a
are
keep,
scams.
like I said,
I
it's
wouldn't
a
try to use them. So where can you get a free
four-sided
domain? Well, I hate to tell you,
box.
you can't get a free domain.
So
There are plenty of
it is
options
formed
for
by
free
different
subdomains. What's a subdomain,
squares.
you might ask? Well, an
And we
example
have
would be our website.
the formula for finding the volume as
.com
length
is the
times
main
breadth
domain.
times
A
width.
subdomain would be
And
something
a
like
keep means all the sizes are equal.
courses.thefico.com or
So we pick
info.thefico.com.
3
If we own the
keep.
domain, we can
So 3
create
times
as many
3 times 3.
subdomains as we like.
So we have 3.
Let's go through a few free subdomain
Exponent
options, and then we'll talk about the
3,
best
and that
low
will
cost,
give me
but unfortunately not
27.
free
So the correct
ways to
answer
get
here
your own
is
domain. I've seen a few other free
A.
domain YouTube videos mention
Right.
this website.
Then we come to
What
question
you're getting
15.
here is a free
A circle
subdomain.
has a radius
You
of
don't
4
own the domain. You could
centimeters.
create a subdomain
What is
such as
its circumference?
mywebsite.us.do,
What is
us.do
its
is the
circumference?
domain, like our
So,
website, thefico.com. Then here,
radius
the other
is 4.
freezine.com.
And the
Wix also
circumference,
has a
the
free
formula
version.
is 2 pi r. 2 pi r. The circumference of a circle is 2 pi r. So, and they've given us pi as 3.14. So 2 times pi, and pi is 3.14, 3.14, and r is given to us as what? 4. Then you press the equal sign.
You've got the business idea.
628
Now, give it the
over
right
25.
address.
Press this, get a decimal. So we have 25.12. 25.12 centimeters.
So the first thing you have to do is
So the
head on
correct
to the
answer
site
here is B.
called So this is the site that's going to give you a
Now
free
the
domain
next
and
question.
pay for
So
it and
this
free
C
hosting.
is for
So what you have to
the
do is just
15
go
year.
over to
So the next question is saying that in a right triangle, if one angle is
So what you have to do is to scroll down
30, what is the other non-right angle?
Make sure you leave it
Right?
as subplate.
So
Don't select any other one. So
when we're talking about the right angle,
selecting it, you scroll down.
it
Then you're going
forms
to see data
an
center
angle of
as split.
90
So
degrees.
at the data center, make
Okay,
sure you mark
form an angle of 90 degrees. So if
and the
here
screen, you
is
select it,
the
just
30
leave it
degree,
at none.
then
Just
what
go
will this
go
place
down
be?
to where you're going to see
The
what
sum
versus
of
0.
the sum of the
And select it. So I'll go on and
this
click on
side
it now.
and
So,
then this to give you
so after clicking on this
90.
now,
So if one of the sides is 30, then the other side should be what? 60. Alright, so that will give us our answer as 60. So let's see. So the correct answer is C. And remember, the this angle is always 90. The right angle, one side is always 90. Okay. Number 16. What is the length of the hypotenuse in a right triangle with length of 6 units and 8? So we have the length as 6 and 8. We are looking for the hypotenuse. We are looking for the hypotenuse. The hypotenuse is the longer side here. The longer side here. The formula is the sum of the squares of this side. The sum of the square of this and the square of this is equal to the square of this. So you just key that inside the calculator and you quickly get the answer. So it means I'll have root of the first length is 6 squared plus 8 squared, and this is going to be equal to 10. Alright, so the correct answer here is 10. Because you have 6 squared with 36, and 8 squared will be 64, and that'll sum up to give you 100, and the root of 100 is 10. Now question 17, we are finding the area of a circle. The area of a circle is 50.24 centimeters squared. Find the radius. The formula for the radius of a circle is pi r squared. Pi r squared. And now they've given us a pi, and we have to look for the radius. Okay, so we can use the calculator to simplify that. Pi r squared. Pi r squared. Pi r squared. So we divide through by pi because this is equal to the formula. So we have 50.24 divides 3.14. And now you take the root of this because it's pi r squared, and we are going to divide by the pi. Then we just r squared. So you take the root on both sides to get your final answer. So root answer now give us 4 centimeters. 4 centimeters. Now, what is the area of a triangle with base of 10 centimeters and a height of 5 centimeters? Area of a triangle. The formula is half base times height. Half base times height. The area of any triangle at all, you have to get the height, you have to get the base. If you don't have the height, you have to look for it. So half base times height. And so half of, so let me just put that in, but you know half of 10 is 5, 5 times 5 is 25. But let's use the computer. So half times base is 10 times height, which is 5. Now we give 25. So our correct answer here is 25. Now remember to always add the unit, so it's centimeters squared. If they have not given us a unit, you have to write the unit squared because area is always in the square unit. Alright, now question 19. In a parallelogram, opposite angles are what? So you need to get to comprehend more about what a parallelogram is all about. Then you can easily answer this question. So if you are visiting my channel for the first time, don't forget to give me a like and a subscribe so that YouTube can promote my video to a lot of audience. And more to the point, utilize the comment section below. All right, so the correct answer here is A. They are equal. I never knew that circle theorem is such easy, and you can easily understand it if you take a little time to just master the theorems that are there, the secret behind the theorems. So in today's tutorial, we want to look at the theorems, explanation, and the reasons behind, so that we can easily understand it without chewing it. So the first one we look at is the theorem 1. The theorem 1 states that the angle subtended by a diameter at the circumference of a circle is a right angle. A right angle is a 90-degree angle formed when you have a perpendicular line on another line. Alright, so we have a circle first. Let's draw this line, and this line is what we call a diameter. A diameter divides a circle into 2 equal parts. We call that a diameter, and can be at any point of the circle. Now these 2 lines subtending from the diameter forms an angle at the top, and this angle is what refers to as a 90-degree angle. That is what the theorem says. So angle subtended from the diameter, from the center here to any part of the circumference, to any part of the circle, that angle form is 90 degree. let's get another one. So I have a circle, I draw a diameter. So this is also a diameter because it divides the circle into two equal parts. And now the angle subtended from this diameter to the circumference of the circle forms 90 degrees. So this angle here is 90 degrees. So when you see this sign, it means it's 90 degrees. You might not see it written over there. If I also have another one, so it doesn't matter where the diameter is being drawn, but once you have the diameter and the angle is subtending from the diameter to any part of the circumference, that angle form is 90 degrees. Okay, and I can have it opposite like this. So you see that this one is more or less stretching on the middle here, and this one is on the other end, but they must all form what? The 90 degree angle. All right, so we got to take more explanation into it. If I have a circle and we want to use another property of triangles to help us understand the theorem, the angle in a semicircle is always 90 degrees. The angle in a semicircle is always 90 degrees. Remember, a semicircle is the one that is divided by the diameter. So the diameter divides the circle into two equal semicircles. So this one of the hemisphere and this one of the other hemisphere, and they are equal. And we say this is a semicircle and this another semicircle. So two of them forms a complete circle. Now we are saying that the theorem is saying that any angle that is formed inside the semicircle, that angle gives you 90 degrees. Okay, so and that is what the first part we have talked about. So this line AB is the diameter and the center is here. Now this angle subtended from the diameter forms 90 degrees. Now from the angle theorem, if here is X and here is Y, it means that if here is 90 degrees, then this plus this will also give you 90 degrees, because the sum of angles in the triangles give you 180 degrees. Therefore, if this side alone is 90 degrees, then X plus Y will also give you 90 degrees. Now, how do you now comprehend this and add it to what we have learned already? It means that when I add X and Y, I will get this angle. Okay, so X and Y gives you this angle, which is 90 degrees. You can pause the video and replay it at any time you want to understand it more. Next thing is that if triangle ABC has a center O and you even twist it to the other end, but once it's formed a triangle, it must always give you the sum as 180 degrees, and the part touching the circle is always 90 degrees, and which means that when I sum the other opposite angles X and Y, it will give me the angle touching the semicircle, which is 90 degrees. Take note, any angle that subtends to the circumference will always form a triangle. So if I'm picking it from A to any part of this, will always form what? A triangle. There's no way you form it and becomes a different figure, except otherwise stated that you should form more than one figure. So that place you have A, B, C, D, and that will be a quadrilateral, and that is different from this other property. Take note. Now we pick one example and look at it before we go to look at the proof. We'll look at the proof as we continue. Now this diagram here shows that the line AB is a diameter. So sometimes the question will state it for you that it's a diameter. Otherwise, you also have to look at it whether the line is passing through the center, then you know that it's a diameter. So the line AB is a diameter of a circle. Angle CAB is 50 degrees. Angle CAB. So where you are curving is where the angle is. So angle CAB, which means that the angle is here, angle CAB. An example, you can also say angle CBA is y. So note of the movement of the angle. Now they are asked us to calculate the angle X and Y. Then we give reasons for our answers. Now that we know 50 degree here, we can identify Y just by looking at the previous theorem we look at. We said that when I add the angle here and the angle here, this will give me 90 degree. And X self, you even know it X already. So let's look for X. Angle subtended from the diameter to the circumference of the circle forms what? 90 degree. So it means that angle X is 90 degree. Angles in a semicircle, that is another reason you can give. Angles in a semicircle always give you 90 degree. So it doesn't matter why it is subtended from to. But once it is from the diameter and that is a semicircle, it will always give you 90 degree to the one touching the circumference, right? Now we also know that this plus this will give you 90 degree, and therefore angle Y will be equal to 40. So if here is 50 and here is Y, 50 plus Y will be equal to what? 90. Then you group like terms to get Y at 40. Now 50 plus 40 plus 90 will give you 180 degree. Angles in a triangle. Angles in a triangle will always give you 180 degrees. So 90 plus 50 plus Y will always give you 180 degrees. So I can take 50 plus 90 plus Y equal to 180 degrees, or I can take the other theorem we'll just look at. 50 plus Y is equal to 90. So this plus will give you 90, and here's also 90. Then you are able to get your Y as 40. Just pause the video and try it by yourself, and you see that it's very simple. One key to understanding mathematics is practice. When you continue to practice and practice, it becomes so easy and part of your life. If you don't get the angles property, in my other video I'll put the link below, so you can kindly go and watch it and see the angles property, and then you'll be able to flow well with the circle theorems, because circle theorems also contains the angle properties inside the circle. Now let's continue with it. The example 2 is that we have a circle, and X and Y is the diameter of the circle. X, Y is the diameter of the circle. They are saying that what is the sum of the angles AB? Explain your answer. What's the sum of the angle AB, which we already know from the previous lesson we just looked at? So AB will give you what? Guess it. We continue. So the sum is 90 degrees. When you add A and B, it will always give you 90 degrees. And this C will also give you what? 90 degrees. But let's continue. The unmarked angle is 90 degrees, as it has an angle in a semicircle, right? It's from a semicircle, because this is diameter, it means this is semicircle and this other semicircle. So any angle formed inside the semicircle gives you 90 degrees to the one touching the circumference, and means that the other opposite two angles, when you sum them, it will also give you 90 degrees. Meaning that when you sum everything in the triangle formed inside the circle, you give you 180 degrees. Alright, so 90 degrees is here, angle subtended from the diameter to the circumference of the circle. Now then A and B must also give you 90 degrees, like we have said, but we will not be able to find A and we will not be able to find B because we don't know one of them. We only know that A, B will give you 90 degrees, but A can be 50 and B can be 40, or B can be 60 and A can be 30. So we just know that we need more information to be able to find the separate values of A and B. If you don't have more information, you will not be able to find A and B. But the question is only asking us to find what is the sum of the angles A and B. The sum of the angle A and B is 90 degrees. A plus B is 90 degrees. So we have answered the question. But again, we are saying that we need more information to be able to find the separate answers, to be able to find the value of A and to be able to find the value of B. Please, when you have this in your exam, don't take your rule, your compass and start measuring it, or your protractor and start measuring it, because it will give you a wrong answer. So mostly in the paper form, it is drawn not to scale. Some they will write it under drawn not to scale. So if it is drawn not to scale, if you measure, you get it wrong. So you just need to use the theorems and the properties to be able to get the answer correct and straight forward. Thank you. Now the theorems is what we are coming to prove. We have been talking about the angle subtended from the diameter to the circumference is 90 degrees, and it means that angles in the semicircles always form what? 90 degrees. So I want to prove this theorem. The circle has a triangle drawn inside it, where the circle has been split into two. So the diameter is this, and has split the circle into two, forming two different semicircles, like we have stated earlier. So the diameter divides the circle into two, making two semicircles. So imagine we draw a line from the point of the triangle to the center in effect with a radius. So if I draw a line from this end to the center, so it forms a radius, okay, and from the center to this point is also a radius, and from that to this is also a radius, and all the radius must be equal. So the smaller triangle created is an isosceles triangle because two sides are the radius. This triangle form here is an isosceles triangle, and this triangle also here is an isosceles triangle. Isosceles triangles have each two sides equal and two angles equal. That is the properties of isosceles triangle. Like I said earlier on, you can go and look into the video I created the other time and you will be conversant with it. Now, if that is the case, these lines here shows that the line here and this line is equal because they are all diameter. And if we label the angle here as x and we label this one too as x, then this one will be what? 180 degrees minus 2x, because angles in the triangle sums up to 180 degrees. So x plus x is 2x plus this angle, that will give you 180 degrees. So yes, subtract it from 180 degrees to be able to get only this side of the triangle, right? So here is 180 degrees minus 2x, then you get this side. Now in other words, I want to get the other opposite side, so just follow and see how it is. We are trying to explain why we are saying that these two sides, this side gives you 90 degrees. Okay, now to work out the other angle on the straight line, you would do 180 degrees minus 2x. That is, if you angles on the straight line sums up to 180 degrees. Note, angles in the straight lines sum up to 180 degrees. It means that when I pick this angle plus this angle, it will give me 180 degrees. So I will pick 180 degrees minus 2x plus the angle here, that will be equal to 180 degrees. Then you group like terms, right? And then that is why we have 180 degrees minus this, then I'll get the other here. So if here is 80, so I'll pick 180 minus 80 and I'll get here to be 100. So if here is 40, I'll pick 180 minus 40 and I'll get here as 140. That is what it meant. So you can just look at it like in that way. So it means that the angle here is 2x. Okay, now that we have gotten that end, let's prove the other side too. So if here is y, then this side is also y, which means I'm going to get the same property that we have just looked at. Y plus y is 2y, and it means that this angle here is also 180 degrees minus 2y, right? And it means if here we are able to get it and this is 2x, then this will also be 2y using the same properties if we have taken the steps very carefully. Now this is what we have. It means that when I take 2x plus 2y, I will get this place to be 180 degrees. It's equal to 180 degrees. We have just stated that angles on a straight line give you 180 degrees. So if here this angle is 2y and this angle is 2x, so when I sum them, I must get 180 degrees. Angles on a straight line. Okay, and then we can group and like terms. Let me put it that way. So 2 is here, we can factorize the 2 out and divide it through. So if you divide through by the 2x divided by 2, you get only 1x. 2 divided by y, you get only y. And then 180 degrees divided by 2, you get 90 degrees. That has proved that x plus y here is 90 degrees. X plus y here is 90 degrees. Take note. So it means the angle here plus this angle will give you 90 degrees. So if you are confused, just pause the video, replay, and you are good to go. Just apply all the properties and you'll be okay with that. Now we take the third example. We are still on the theorem 1. Work out all the missing angles. So we are coming to look for A, B, C, D, E. Work out all the missing angles. Just looking at the theorems we just proved. We know only one angle, which is the 50 degree. But once you know one of the angles, you should be able to know the other angle. Now this is the center and it's a diameter. So it means from O to B is a radius and O to C is also a radius. And this is forming an isosceles triangle. And we said that isosceles triangle, the two lines are equal and two angles are also equal. So if here is 50 degree, then A will also be what? 50 degree, right? A will also be 50 degree, and that is an isosceles triangle. Note, anytime you give an answer, give the reason why you are saying it is. Because this topic deals with theorems, and that's why some students will do it and then you be marked down. So let me say you look some marks for it. Because you can't say it's 50. Why are you saying it's 50 degree? Because it forms a what? An isosceles triangle. Okay, so and that is the key there. The B is here. Now we said that this COB is a triangle, COB, and once we know here to be 50, here to be 50, we will be able to know B because it's triangle, and angles in the triangle sums up to 180 degrees. So I'll just take 50 plus 50 and I subtract it from 180 degrees and I'll be able to get the B. So, and it means that B is what? 80 degrees. If here is 50, here is 50, that's 100. 100 plus what will give me 180 degrees. You can put it that way and you are able to know that B is 80 degrees. Now we look at angle C. Angle C is on a straight line with B, but I know B to be 80 degrees. Then I'll be able to find C. Angles on a straight line. So B plus C will equal to 180 degrees. The group like terms, send the B across. So C will equal to 180 degrees minus B, which is 80. So 180 minus 80 will give you 100, which means that the angle C is 100 degrees. Okay, just to extend the formula, in the other video, like I said earlier, you realize that we mention a theorem. An exterior angle is the sum of two interior angles, two opposite interior angles. This angle here is opposite to this angle outside here. It's not inside this triangle COB. So the opposite will give you the angle here. So 50 plus 50 will give you this. You could have used that property to get it very easy. All right. Now we want to look for the angle D. So if that is that angle D, we also know that D plus E D and E are equal. Let me put it that way. D and E are equal because They are also what? Isosceles triangle. ACO. This is a radius and this is also a radius. So it means this E and this D are equal. Which means if here is 100 degree, 100 plus E plus D will give you 180 degree. But D is equal to E. So I just find one of them and I'm able to go. So it means that D is 40 degree. In other words, angles in a semicircle sums up to 90 degree. Sums up to 90 degree. Angles in a semicircle sums up to 90 degree. So we can easily use that to get our solution. So if that is the case, it means I can use this property also. This is straight, this is the diameter. So 50 plus E will give you 90 degrees. So if here is 50, then here will be what? 40. And if here is 40, D also be what? 40. That's the other way you can use to get your answer. So E is what? Also 40 degrees. And all that we are talking about is that is based on the diameter. It's based on the diameter. You must make sure that AB is a diameter before you begin to apply all these properties and these theorems. Now the next one example is that example 4. Work out the two labeled angles. State reason for your answer. So the labeled angles here, we have S and T. We're looking for S and T. But we know 72, and that is angle COA. Angle COA is 72. They are on a straight line, which is a diameter BC. So we want to look for X. We know angles on a straight line sums up to 180 degrees. So for me to get X, I'll just take 180 degree minus 72. 180 degree minus 72, and I'll be able to get what? X. That is angles on a straight line. Therefore, X is equal to 108 degrees. 108 degrees. Now we look for the T. The T is inside an isosceles triangle because this is angle line AO. AO is a radius and BO is also what? A radius. Meaning that the angle T, that is OBA, and angle OAB are equal. They are equal. Now that I know here to be 108 degree, I will take this angle plus the other angle here, and that will give me 180 degrees. So you subtract 108 from 180 degree and divide the result by 2. So that is what we are trying to state here. The two angles at the base will therefore be equal. So this angle and this is equal because we have an isosceles triangle, and being this line and this line are equal. So therefore I take 180 degree minus the angle here, and that will be equal to 72. So it means the angle here plus the angle here is equal to 72. But I'm looking for only one of them, that is T. So divide these two angles by 2, and you get 36 degrees. So it means angle OAB, that is here, is 36, and T is also 36 degrees. Like I said, you can always pause the video and rewatch it at any time. But don't forget to hit the subscription button and like so that YouTube can extend my video to other viewers. Please do me a favor by hitting the notification button so that when I release any other new video, you'll not be left out. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for subscribing. Now we continue, but we said earlier on that everything is always based on what? The diameter.
Hello and welcome back once again to my channel. In today's tutorial, we want to look at some math questions that came in the GRE and the WASSCE examination. So without much ado, let's dive into the video and we'll get the question being solved. We have a sample question on my board here. The question says that a binary operation star is defined as x star y equal to xy all on x plus y. So that is the operation definition. If 18 star x is equal to 54, find the value of x. So this is a binary operation question and the star is the operation. Now the operation is defined by xy over x plus y. And so we are going to find this based on this particular definition on the binary operation star. And so let's quickly pick it. We know that the operation on x is equal to xy on x plus y. And now we are going to use that operation to solve for 18 star x equal to 54. So the 18 here can stand for the x and the x here can stand for the y. So whatever the operation is, you're going to use that definition. So I have 18 star x which is equal to, so with the same operation here we can apply it. So I have 18x, that is xy, so xy, so I have 18x all on x plus y, so 18 plus x, so I have 18 plus x. All right, we are just substituting this in this definition and we can go ahead and now find the value of x, because we can have an equation. They are saying that this is equal to 54, so I equate this to 54, right? So now rewriting this, I have 18x all on 18 plus x, we use a capital, and this is equal to 54. Now I can multiply both sides by the denominator here. So I multiply here by 18 plus x. I multiply here by 18 plus x. So by definition, we are going to get rid of this. 18x equal to 54 multiplied by the bracket over here. Alright, we can use the calculator to solve for these values. So I have 18x equal to, so let me put this as a capital X, 54 times 18, 54 times 18, that will give me 972 plus 54 times x will give you 54x. Now that we are looking for x, we are going to group like them, then we put the variable to one side and the non-variables to the other side. So I have 18 here, bringing this 54x to the other side of the equation gives me negative 54. This is equal to 972. Now the constant is drawn from the fact that we want to eliminate this 54x here, and once I want to eliminate it, I will subtract 54 from the right hand side, and the same way I will do to the left hand side. That is why we say that when you are picking across the equal sign, the sign is going to change. So now when I take 18 minus 54, I'm going to get negative 27, but you can use your calculator to try that. So 18 minus 54 is going to be negative 36. So we can try that. Negative 36x, and this is equal to 972. Now we are looking for the value of x. So we will have to divide here by the coefficient of x, which is negative 36, and divide here by 36. Now, note, most of us will just quickly divide it from here, but the fact is that if you divide from here, you're going to lose mark for this step. So therefore, I'm going to rewrite this same step before doing my division. So divided by negative 36, divided by negative 36. And this 36 is going to go with this, leaving x, okay, which is equal to 972 divides negative 36 may give me negative 27. Let's try that. So 972 divides 36. Yes, so that is negative 27. Now the question is asking us to find the value of x. So you must draw your conclusion. Therefore, the value of x is negative 27. Note, this conclusion is very important because it draws marks. Right, so that's the first part of the question. The second part of the question is asking us to find the width of a rectangle. Right? Now the B part of the question says that the width of a rectangle is 4 meters less than its length if the area is 96 meters squared. Find the perimeter of the rectangle. Now they've given us the width to be 4 less than the length, but we don't even know the length. So we can say that let the length of the rectangle be L. So now if I know this is L, that is the length, then the width is L minus 4 all meters. So L meters. Here is the case because they are saying that the width is 4 less than the length. So if the length is L meters, then the width will be L minus 4 meters. Now we can illustrate this on a diagram so that it can help us to go smoothly. So if I have this as my rectangle, this is L and this is L minus 4 meters. Now the questions again says that the area of this particular rectangle is 96 meters squared. But we know that area of a rectangle, the area is equal to the length times the width. But we know the area to be 96 meters squared, and I know my length to be L, and I know my width to be L minus 4 meters. So we can expand this bracket. I'm going to get 96 meters squared is equal to L times L will give me L squared. So then this and this will give you minus 4L meters squared. So because of that, I'll just put the whole thing in a bracket and say meters squared. All right, this is very key. And after this, I can go ahead and now group like terms. Okay, so I can remove all the meters and just start working it on. So I have L squared, which is this, minus 4L. This 96 coming across the equal sign is going to be minus 96 and is equal to 0. I just group like them, but eliminating the meters. We'll put it when we finish solving. So you can use the quadratic equation to solve this. Now find the values of 96, that is the factors of 96. When I sum them, I will have negative 4, and when I multiply them, I will have negative 96. So you can use your calculator to do that by pressing shift equation then 3, and that is how come you get the quadratic equation formula. So you key inside, I key inside 1, negative 4, and negative 96. The values of x are, so the x represents the L in the calculator. So L is equal to 12 and negative 8 meters. So we just put inside the meters. Now remember that we don't have a negative length, because once you have measured something, you have positive length. So the length must be greater than or equal to 0. So there's no way we have negative. So this negative 8 is off. So therefore the length is 12. So the length L is 12 meters, because again we don't have the negative length, because once you have measured, you must either get 0, or it means there's no length, or you get a real figure which is positive but not negative real figure. So now the final part of the question says we find the perimeter, and the perimeter of a rectangle is equal to 2 width plus 2 length. That is, you add all the distance around this rectangle. So yes, L, and yes also L minus 4 meters. So this plus this plus this plus this. So 2 of this and 2 of that. So that is how come you can have the answer. But so this is equal to 2 times the width. The width here is L minus 4. So I can just take the L, which we know is 12, minus 4 meters plus 2 times L. Alright? So 2 times L, which is 12 meters. This is equal to 2 times 8 meters plus 2 times 12 meters, which is going to be 24 meters. So 16 meters plus 24 meters is equal to, you can take your calculator again and key inside, and you get your answer straight away. So this is equal to, that means P is equal to 'So we have 16 plus 24, and that will give you 40 meters. So you draw a conclusion that the perimeter of the rectangle is 40 meters. And so that is how you deal with it. So if this is your first time of joining my video or tuning into my channel, please do me a favor by subscribing, like and share, so that YouTube can promote my videos to a lot of audience. If you have any thing to ask, any question, put it in the comment section, and I'll be glad to make a video on that to support you. The materials I'm using a tripod stand, then my phone as my camera, and then the microphone. I'll put the link in the description if you need to purchase some of them, so that you can also get them to use for yourself. Thank you, and have a nice time. welcome back once again to my channel. This is your man Alam, and today we are looking at another subject matter in mensuration. And so I have a question on my board that we are going to deal with. But please, if this is your first time of joining my channel, please do me a favor by subscribing, like and share to bless other people and us again to support my channel. Thank you, and let's dive into the video. So this is a very nice question under mensuration on the circle properties. So a chord AB of length 8 centimeters, right, is drawn in a circle of radius 7.8 centimeters. So you measure 7.8 centimeters, you draw a circle. That is where the chord was drawn. Find correct two decimal place. I, the angle the chord subtends at the center. The length of the minor arc. Then you also find the area of the major sector, the triangle AB, its area, and the area of the major sector formed by the chord. Now, you can take a screenshot of this because the board may be full and we have to clean it off so that we can solve the solution on there. So let's get into it. Now, because of the length of the video, I've drawn a circle here. They are saying that the chord drawn, chord AB, is 8 centimeters. And the radius, which here is the center, to B and A is the radius of 7.8 centimeters. Okay, so this area from A to B is the minor sector. Okay, so if I have this, is the minor sector, A, O, B. This whole area is the minor sector, and the above is the major sector. So if I'm tracing from A to B, is the major sector. But from A to B, from this side, is the minor sector. So the minor sector is the smaller part, and the major sector is the bigger part. So when we are mentioning the major and the minor sector, you will know what we are talking about. All right? So the first part of the question says that we should find the angle the chord subtends at the center. This is the chord AB, and it subtends at the center. So we are looking for the angle here, say X. We are looking for that particular angle, which we denote by what? X. Okay? Now, if I draw this angle, triangle out, that is what I have drawn over here. So, OA and then OB is the radius, so which means here is 7.8 centimeters. And then AB is 8 centimeters. From A to B is 8 centimeters. And I'm bisecting this, because this is a radius and this is also a radius, it means this is an isosceles triangle. Two of the sides are equal and two baselines, so the angles must also be what? Equal. So once I divide this into two and it's an isosceles triangle, it postulates that this angle here, so we say alpha is equal to the angle here, alpha. Alright? So which means this line to this and this have also been divided into two equal parts, and this forms an angle of 90 degrees. Okay, because it's bisected into two equal parts. So if it is 8 centimeters from A to B, here is 8 centimeters. So it means from A to C is 4 centimeters, and C to B is also 4 centimeters. Alright, so this is the information that we have drawn out from the question. Now we are going to calculate for this angle, the alpha over here. When we put the alpha together, we get the value of what? X. So take note of that. Now, which property can we apply? We can apply the Pythagoras theorem property, because we have a 90-degree angle being formed here. And once we get the 90-degree angle, we can apply the Pythagoras theorem property, which we can know the shortcut, which is SOHCAHTOA. SOHCAHTOA. Sine opposite hypotenuse, cosine adjacent, tan opposite over adjacent. So we look at here which of the sides are given to us. We know here the hypotenuse, and we know this side too, this angle here too. So this line, we know this and we know that. So if I want to find the angle which is at the top, I can use opposite over hypotenuse. I don't know here, so I would have taken opposite over adjacent, but I don't know this angle unless you find it using the Pythagoras theorem. So you could have find this side OC before you go ahead. But once I have two sides, I don't have to come and find this. I can just use which of the properties here. I know opposite and I know the hypotenuse, so I can use sine. Okay, so I can use sine. So the angle, that's sine of the angle, is equal to line CB. You can also use AC over OB. And OB is the hypotenuse and CB is the opposite. So this is equal to CB is 4 centimeters over OB, which is 7.8 centimeters. All right. This centimeters is going to go with this centimeters. And you break this down. So I now have sine of alpha is equal to, so you can use your calculator and key inside. So I have 4 over 7.8. 4 over 7.8. And that will give me 0.5128. Now I take sine inverse of both sides. So once I take sine inverse of this side, the sine goes leaving alpha is equal to sine inverse of 0.5128. Okay, and this is equal to, take sine inverse. So we press shift and the sine symbol. They now type the value inside 0.5128. So it means my angle is 30.85.
I'm going back to bring you right over here. So right now,
now remember, this is one side of the angle, but there are two, so I can add them. To get x is equal to 2 times of alpha, these two of them, to give me the whole of this. So this is equal to 2 times alpha, which is 30.85 degrees. And this is going to be equal to, you multiply this by 2. I'm going to get 61.701.
So right now, my domain that you can see.
Now, the question, the preamble is saying that find correct 2 decimal places. So once we have given us the decimal places to correct you, you have to do that. So you draw your conclusion. So therefore, the angle, the chords are found at the center. So this conclusion is very important. The angle,
so that you will not use your
the
first
chords
time of watching this video. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and turn the bell notification.
at the center is 61.70 to 2 decimal places. So the one here, the value after the 0 is not up to 5, so we can't round it to the 1, so it's 0 to make 1. So we just write 61.70 degrees. 2 decimal places. So that is how you deal with the first part of the question, the I. Now, when you look at the II, the II states that we should find correct 2 decimal places, the length of the minor arc. The length of the minor arc. So they are looking for from this place, the length here. They are looking for the length here. That's the minor arc. Remember, the length of the major arc will be the bigger side. So that's what we are going to deal with. Alright, so I. So this first one we dealt with was the I. So this is the I. The length of the minor arc AB, the length of the minor arc AB is given as, so you can just quote it. So we have arc AB to be equal to 2 pi r, then the angle over 360 degrees. So the angle there is x. I'm using x for the angle. That is this angle. So you pick 2 pi r. 2 pi r is the circumference of the whole thing. So the length of the complete circle is the 2 pi r. But you are screening it to the angle alone. So from this side. So you pick the angle over 360. And 360 is the degree for the entire circle. The complete circle makes 360 degrees. But we are picking only this side out of it. And so this is going to be equal to 2 times 22 over 7 times the R. R in the question is 7.8 centimeters times the angle, which we have found to be what? 61.70, all on 360 degrees. Now that we have this, we can use our calculator to simplify it. So get the calculator. So this is equal to 22 over 7. Now remember, if the 22 over 7 is given to you, that is the pi, is given to you, sometimes given to you as 3.14 and all that. If it's given to you, you are going to use it. If it's not given to you, you just quote it as 22 over 7. That is the full one. So this is equal to, you type 2 times 22 over 7 times 7.8 times 61.70, all on 360 degrees. And your answer is going to be 8.40295 centimeters. Remember, we have only 1 centimeter there, which is this one, and it's still affecting me. Now, this is the length of this arc, but the question is saying that we should correct it to 2 decimal places. So you have to correct it to 2 decimal places with your conclusion. So therefore, the length of the minor arc is 8.402 decimal place. Alright, 2 decimal place. Remember to put the centimeters. So these are the small things that takes you off when you don't put the unit. Okay, so that is how we find the length of the minor arc. Now we go to the II. The II, that's the third one, is asking us to find the area of A, the major sector. The area of the major sector. They're looking for the area of this place, the major sector. Then we are looking for the area of the triangle, AOB, this triangle, and also the major sector formed by the chord. So now the last one is talking about from A to B upwards. So the AOB is not part again. So we are now extending the major arc to this place. Alright. So from the whole of this, including here, is the major arc formed by the chord. So that's what we are looking for. Alright. And so there are 2 ways you can deal with that one. So with that, let's continue. Please, if this is your first time of joining my channel, please give me a subscribe and a like so that YouTube can promote my videos to a lot of audience. In that way, you are helping to grow my channel. Alright, so let's dive into the area of the major sector is, that's I, A. The area of the major sector is, the major sector AOB is equal to, so we can illustrate that one too by an angle. So we can say theta over 360 degrees times the area of the whole circle. So the area of a circle is pi r squared, and we are looking for just the top alone. That's the bigger side. Now this theta can be found. So theta is equal to 360 degrees minus the angle x. So 360 degrees minus x. X we found was 61 point something. So let me get it from here. 61.70 degrees. And this is going to be equal to 298.297. You can use the calculator to point it out for yourself. Now that we know the theta, we can just substitute inside to find that particular area. So this is going to be equal to 298.297 all on 360 degrees times 22/7 times 7.8 squared. Alright, 7.8 squared, that is the radius. And this is being equated to, so you can use the calculator, punch inside, and your answer will be there for you. So I have my answer as 158.4383 centimeters squared. Because an area, we are using the unit as what? Centimeters squared. But the question, the preamble is saying that we should round it to 2 decimal places. So I'm going to round this to 2 decimal places to get this. Because this is up to 5 and more, I convert it to 3.4 centimeters squared. So that is the area of the major sector. That's the area of the major sector. Now we will look for the area of the triangle. We look for the area of the triangle AOB. The area of the triangle AOB. I'm going to clean this side again. So that is B. Area of triangle AOB.
Websites that will
Which is equal to this area is equal to.
Okay, so
AOB.
let me
That's the
verify
reason why I
this
still left this thing to be on the board. So we are going to find
So I just take
AOB, the area. But the area is saying that have
just click on send
base,
verification
which is
and let me check.
line
So here is the
A
verification email. I will just
B
click on find successful.
times
Okay, so
height, which is
let me check for the
OC.
domain I
That is
just
this line.
registered. So you can see my
Right.
domain, you can see
The
this
formula
right
for the
here.
area.
That's
But
I
we
just
don't know
registered.
OC, so
And
therefore we
if
have to find that
purchase,
using the Pythagoras theorem.
from this
Now we can do that
free
by
hosting.
saying that
Just go to this
OC
register domain right
is
here.
equal to the root
And,
of,
search for register
we are going to get the root
transfer
of
domain
OB squared
and search for any domain
and
if there
OB
is
squared
one. For example, we have
minus
some promo offers on this website.
line
Let us check them out. For example,
C
this one is
B
95%
squared.
off, so you're just gonna pay about
We
$1
are using
for the
this
first year
site.
in this. This has been
These are
automatically
items, and
installed
this is
on this platform.
the
So,
opposite.
and if you check
So once I'm grouping it, I group like terms. So initially, it is going to
you
be
can see that it
write it
says
somewhere
the
here.
admin URL
OB
in your website. In
squared
this
is
video
equal to
is called the Infinity
O
Free.net.
C squared
So
plus
Infinity Free is a platform
CB
that hosts free
squared,
hosting
right?
and free
And I
domain.
group like
So
terms.
Infinity Free actually I am so
But I'm grouping it, I'm making
a lot of my
OC
websites on
subject.
this
I will have
hosting. So to
this
get started,
to be equal
register
to
now, and then your email. So
C B, that is one
like
coming with
successful.
O B
And
squared.
in this free
Then this
hosting
becomes
platform,
negative
you can create
CB
just three
squared.
websites.
And because I want to
Yeah,
get
just
rid
three
of this,
websites. And I
I'll
think
take
it's
a squared on
pretty
both
good
sides.
offer
And that's how
because
come we have this. Okay?
many features that it's going to be on
So that
something
is
as
it.
this ad. So you can
So now we
either
need a
use
substitution. We do a substitution. OB is
a subdomain. Yeah.
7.8
free hosting, you
centimeters squared, and we have CB, which is also 4
see some
squared.
amazing. I'm just gonna
And this is finally going to be equal to, because of time, I've yet
so
have
let me
the
check the
answer here, or you can use a calculator to also do that.
Okay, so this
4 to
is
4.8
free.
4 centimeters squared. Take the root of it. We are going to get 6.696 centimeters. Okay, you can use a calculator to do that. And that is where your answer lies. Now that we know OC, we can find the area of triangle ABC. So I continue from this side.
Search for
So the area
this online. So you can see
of triangle
and install any app
B
that
is
you
equal
want.
to
So for me, I just want to choose the
half
WordPress. So just click on
of
install.
AB.
Then your site name
And
and
AB
your
is
site
8.
info and your site description.
So
And
8
your admin
centimeters
username and your right.
times
10,
OC,
and then the admin
which is
password. Type the
6.696
password here, and
centimeters.
so
And this is finally going to be equal to, you can use the calculator and point
just to
inside
install
to
it
get
without
your answer.
it.
So I have half
let me just try to check
times
anything.
8
Check anything that is
times
pretty cool.
6.6
Yeah.